I think this is going to be a short one today. I have a headache. I'm very tired. And I think I need to do some self-care. But I wanted to at least check in, open up the stream for anybody that wanted it. And we'll see where it goes from here. All right, let me check it on the news real quick. I think I have a few tweets. Wow. Matt Gaetz withdraws as Attorney General pick. Interesting. Why? What's the news there? Let me see if I can find out. So he voluntarily dropped out? Let's see, Reuters, is that a reputable site? He resigned from the House of Representatives to take the position. There's no time to, okay, he made a post on Twitter. There's no time to waste on a needlessly protracted Washington scuffle, thus I'll be withdrawing my name from consideration to serve as Attorney General. Okay. Who knows? Anyway, that's the latest news. Daniel Barry, hello. Okay, I have a few tweets. One is, this is a required training from University of California, San Francisco Medical School. It's a training on justice and advocacy that's required for medical students about white supremacy culture. Let's take a look. This is this is the "it's not happening" stuff. Okay, these are slides from the class. Have you experienced one of these characteristics in medicine? Do you remember your reaction? Did you consider reporting it? All right, let's see what some of those experiences are. Look, white supremacy is a project of conditioning. So it's an intentional project designed to condition people into an ideology. Could that be projection? It's also a project of colonization, whatever that is in 2024. A culture of beliefs, values, norms, and standards teaching us both overtly and covertly that whiteness holds value, whiteness is value. Where is it being overtly taught? I don't remember ever being taught this in my entire life, overtly. And how do you covertly teach something? These people are just dumb. Let's look at some of the characteristics. These experiences they're talking about. Either are thinking, written, I suppose it's a written word, objectivity, look, and they're in little poison bottles. White supremacy culture. A culture is a way of life of a group of people. So this is the way of life of white people. Objectivity, individualism, quantity over quality, power hoarding, fear of open conflict. I'm not scared of open conflict. Bring it on. If woke people want open conflict, you have one white person right here who's not scared of it. Bring it. Sense of urgency, like that's supremacist. Defensiveness, paternalism. Progress is bigger something. Perfectionism, right to comfort. Like that's a right. That's an entitlement. Being comfortable. And whatever this one is. So anyway, this is being taught in med school in California as a real thing. It's a required class. All right, let me see. I think I have one other tweet. Oh, yeah. This is from Pew Research. They did a poll on the latest views from the public on DEI. The stuff we just saw from the medical school, this is what the public thinks. And keep in mind the recent election. Growing share of U.S. workers saying focusing on DEI at work is a bad thing. Okay, this is 2023, so this is like a year and a half. A year and a half ago, 56% said it was a good thing, down to 52. The people saying it's neither good nor bad is dropping. People saying it's a bad thing, look, went up 5 points. You see the trend? Did you notice the election trend? Let's look at some more. Here's the difference between parties. Among Republicans, not a good thing. Actual bad thing is going up. Neither good nor bad, that's going down. Keep in mind who just won the recent election. Even among Democrats, it's dropping from 78 to 75. People that think it's a bad thing stayed the same. I'm surprised there's 4% of Democrats that think it's a bad thing. These are the ones, I guess, I'd be interested in talking to. A growing share of U.S. workers say their company pays too much attention to increasing DSI. Look, dropped. Too much attention went up. Too little attention went down. So I don't know how much of a statistician or a mathematician you have to be to read trends, but it seems pretty clear to me. Okay, did DEI help or hurt people? Black women, black men, Hispanic women say it helped. Hispanic men are about 50. Asian women, less of them think it's helpful. I mean, more of them think it's unhelpful. Asian men. White women, this one surprises me because they're most of the DEI apparatus. And look at white men. So just some data to share. Do make of it what you will. Hello, Zents. Yeah, it's mediocrity. It's elevated. I just watched a documentary on Nietzsche. Oh, by the way, we are starting a book club on Nietzsche, or Nietzsche, as Flow State likes to say. Me and Flow State are going to collaborate, or attempt to collaborate, on a Nietzsche book club. We're going to do the genealogy of morals, and it's 3 essays, so I imagine what we'll do is we'll take one essay at a time and do a stream on it. So I'm going to post Flow State's new channel first. He's trying to get remonetized, so if you want to give him a subscribe, a like, stream his videos, whatever you want to do to help him get his numbers up. Then I'm also going to post a link to there's a free version of it on archive. I'll post a link to. So if you want to read the first essay over the next week or so, we'll pick a time to do a live stream on it, Flo and I, and you're welcome to participate in our live stream book club on Nietzsche and the genealogy of morals. So I was watching a really good documentary on Nietzsche in the Discord today. I'll probably rerun it again later, either later today or maybe tomorrow. Okay, hang on. I already lost where I was going with this. What were we talking about? The DEI. Oh, the soft bigotry. Yes. How the modern world, after Christianity and God gave people meaning. It gave them some higher ideal to strive for. And when we lost that, we lost those kind of higher ideals. And everything devolved into this mediocrity of just kind of elevating the lowest common denominator. And that seems to be where we still are today. And one of his criticisms of what he calls slave morality, which he associates with Christianity, is that it elevates the weakest and most vulnerable in society, and it makes that the standard of aspiration instead of great men, great achievers, great thinkers, great artists, etc. I think we see that in today's society as well. So I'll play the documentary again at some point. We have the book club coming up. Read the genealogy of morals. If you need help with Nietzsche, some people find him a little difficult or complex. Google, there's probably some websites that can help you out. Ask the AI for help and get enough grounding to get at least a basic background on them so we can do this book club. All right, that's all I have for tweets. That's all I have for Nietzsche. It's open panel. Come on up if you want. Start a topic. If not, I'll go for maybe about half an hour today, and then I'll wrap up. I think I need to go nurse my headache and get a nap. I've been very low energy lately, and I think it's tied into my motivation levels, my enthusiasm gap that I'm experiencing for doing this stream. So maybe if I take a day or so off and reset, that'll come back. But I'm losing my energy level. I'm losing my enthusiasm level. I'm losing my focus. I'm losing whatever spark was motivating me to do this, and that's not a good sign. I had a mentor friend tell me one time that when something stops becoming fun, stop doing it. Let's see what TML has to say. What's up?
Yeah, I heard you talking about Nietzsche.
Yeah, Flo read The Antichrist, and
Yeah, I
he was
started him
very
on that.
taken with it, and so we decided to.
That
I've
was
been
on my
I've been
show.
wanting to do a Nietzsche book club forever, and so Flo is the first person to show any real interest in it. So I'm going to
Yeah,
jump
that
at the
was on my
opportunity.
show on the Antichrist Burnout series.
Oh, here, let me drop your channel. How long ago was that?
It was whenever, I did a series of episodes, Antichrist Burnout, where I read through Nietzsche's Antichrist, parts of it, and then I also looked at genealogy of morals, and also I looked at Beyond Good and Evil. And
Excellent.
and a lot of it's condensed. A lot of what I took apart is condensed into episode 7 on the Machine Lies. There's like a 3-hour episode there where I
Okay.
compare his thoughts to Carlyle, Thomas Carlyle, and also Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He took a lot from those guys.
And Emerson too. He was very influenced by Emerson. What is the title of episode 7 so people can find it?
I don't remember. I think
Here,
it's
let me
just called episode 7 Machine.
try to
There's
look
only
it up.
7 episodes, so it's the latest one. Right? But on the main
Well,
page.
good. You can participate in the book club.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely could because what time are you guys doing it?
I don't know. We're going to give people time to read the first essay, and maybe in a couple of
Yeah,
weeks
'cause I
we'll
got
set it
this
up.
here. Let me
It's
see
over
if
the
I could,
next week or two.
genealogy of morals. I definitely have the book, right? And then definitely marginal rejoinders all throughout the book, right? I definitely read the whole thing, right? So yeah, it is what it is, right?
He analyzes how we ended up with the value system, like the values that we have in society today, and he traces them back to Christianity. It's his concept of slave morality and master morality, and I've said that it's the best analysis of wokeness that I've found so far, because wokeness seems to be a form of slave morality. So he analyzes slave morality using Christianity as an example of it, but I think you could do the same thing with wokeness today. It's the same
And that's
values.
why I did those 3 as the Antichrist series, because 58 through 60, that would be the ones I highly recommend if you guys want to go really fast. You know what I mean, right? Those are the ones that I broke down, especially for float, and then I'm in Antichrist 58 through 60, right? He basically lays down his theory, and yeah, it's a shocking theory. And then in Beyond Good and Evil, in Twilight of the Idols, it sort of mirrors the same schema where he says that, this idea of slave morality, was actually developed by Plato, right? Then it was fortified by Christianity, right? And he talks about how it gave birth to liberalism, right? He said, you know, that that the democratic spirit is the heir of the Christian movement.
Era or error?
Like heir, like HEIR.
Oh, air.
Like democratic movement came from Christianity.
Well,
And then
like the
yeah.
Greek, the Athenian version of it got
Yeah. Yeah, that's
modified
one
by
line.
Christianity and then passed on to modern
Yeah, that's one
liberalism.
line that he has. And then another line that he has is that he says Christianity is Platonism for the people.
Yeah, well, that comports with Augustine's. He kind of synthesized Platonism and Christianity, and he was very
Yeah, he
foundational
hates
for
he hates
medieval
Augustine.
Christianity until Aquinas came along and started to bring
Yeah.
in the Aristotelian perspective
Yeah, that's the thing. Nietzsche and the Antichrist, he literally hates Augustine. He hates his guts, right?
because he's so
So,
otherworldly.
yeah. Yeah, he says that he says one only has to imagine, you know, what kind of filthy men rose to the top. And then he says St. Augustine, for example.
58 to 61, you said?
Oh yeah.
All right.
He
Here,
literally
I
mentions.
posted a link to the Antichrist book, and these are the passages that Machine recommends. Hey, Moose.
Yeah, and then also Beyond Good and Evil. But yeah, we could do a trifecta of a study if and eventually I will post those as their own episodes so that people have those as references. Me going through Antichrist and Genealogy of Morals and also Beyond Good and Evil, because those three are his later works. You know, but yeah, this whole idea. See, Flo could have won all these debates if he just read a little Nietzsche, right? Because he could have just showed them that a lot of what they're fighting against in terms of liberalism actually came from Christianity, right?
I
Like
think
like
he
this
won a
whole
lot of
idea
them
of,
anyway, especially that latest one with Jim Bob.
yeah, the latest one he won, but that was only because the Jim Bob guy basically admitted that his morals change over time, and so did DPH, right? So they kind of slipped that one up. You know what I mean?
Zantz, I like them both. I admire. There are things to admire about Augustine and Aquinas, both. I think as thinkers and philosophers, they're both very impressive. And Ninja, congratulations. Does that mean you can finally use other channels now? Did you ever find out what happened? Like how that was a weird YouTube imprisonment. Yeah, I haven't heard of Wings of Pegasus either. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. I watched that documentary this morning, and it felt like it covered every single thing happening in the modern world today. All of the conversations we have on YouTube, a lot of themes in my personal life, they were all reflected in Nietzsche and his life, his studies, his thoughts. I think he really kind of was the last great philosopher that set the tone for the modern world.
Yeah, maybe him and well, actually, if you look at Nietzsche and Hegel, right, their sort of legacy was quickly swapped out by Freud and Marx by the Frankfurt School, right? So it's like they wanted to use Nietzsche and Hegel, but Nietzsche and Hegel were like too like racist, and like they were like too like edgy, you know what I mean, right? And they were too metaphysical. So they wanted to ground their thoughts in more like psychology and economics and these sort of milk toast ideas. So then they used you know Freud, because essentially Freud is just a dumbed down version of Nietzsche, and then if you look at Marx, he's essentially just I mean, he says it himself, dialectical materialism. He's like a response to Hegel. His whole philosophy is a response to Hegel, right? So
Yeah, and Marx is and not like not even so much Marx himself, but the people that try to use Marx. I think that's where philosophy starts to degrade from what came before it. Now, Freud, I would say Freud is one of the last great thinkers of the classical world. I hold Freud in a much higher position, not necessarily for his empirical psychological insights, but for his writing, his thinking, his ability to mythologize the inner world of humans, and his perception, his perspicuity in grasping human nature. And he was influenced by Nietzsche. It was Schopenhauer, Nietzsche. They were all influenced by
Yeah,
that
big
same
time.
line of descent in German philosophy that
Yeah,
starts
because his
somewhere
whole
around
idea,
Kant.
yeah, his whole idea of guilt comes from Nietzsche. Very obviously. I mean,
Can you
and
explain dialectical materialism? Because I've been wanting to know for a while. When people talk about they do like a material analysis of culture and stuff, what exactly are they talking about? It's not the same kind of scientific materialism that I know the word as.
well, Nietzsche basically, I mean, not Nietzsche, but Hegel had a theory that essentially, this master slave relationship would lead to constant, combinations of slave and master,
Like the
right?
slave becomes the because
Yeah,
the
exactly.
master starts depending on the slave and becomes at the mercy of the slave, and the
Yeah.
slave becomes the one with all the power at some point. So it's like a dialect. It passes from one
Yeah,
back to the
so
other.
so he actually believed in his lectures in the history of philosophy that this movement was actually a real movement. He called it the spirit of world history. And he said Napoleon was the spirit of world history on horseback, right? So he actually felt that actual democratic movements in his age and in other ages. Now, he thought that the Greek people realized the freedom in terms of society, right? Because they perfected democratic principles, but he saw that the German people realized it in terms of the individual because of the Protestant Reformation, right?
Oh yeah.
So he taught about this dual like this two versions of this enlightenment that happened throughout history, one in the Greeks and one in the Germans, right? So he said the spirit of world history basically leads to this idea of progress where people get more and more free over time. Progress means that people attain more and more of their freedom and liberty over time,
So it's
right? And the
progress by his standard of progress that
Yeah, by
he's
his standard of
setting.
progress. Yeah, now Marx simply just applied this. He said this isn't happening because of any of these metaphysical principles like Hegel's talking about. It's just that poor people rise up, they overthrow the rich class, and then society equalizes again, and then those poor people become the rich people, and then they create more poor people, and then poor people have to overthrow them again. So he just said that this you know you know like pattern is repeated throughout history. All that history actually represents is this one pattern, right? So
And there's nothing
basically,
metaphysical about it. It's
yeah, there's
just
nothing
people responding
metaphysical.
to their material conditions.
Yeah, exactly. It's just people responding to material conditions. So he just applied Hegel's same theory of progress. So he said one day there's not going to be any more, sort quote unquote revolutions, because this would have happened in enough places around the world that there's going to be like a worldwide international, communist, movement. You know what I mean, right? So his whole idea is that communism is going to spread throughout the world through dialectical materialism. So it's just an idea of progress. What I like to call is it's a pseudo eschatology of progress, meaning that
Yeah.
they've created their own, religious schema within science and progress, right?
And well, how does he overcome the if the revolutionaries gain power and then they become the dominant class? How does he overcome the fact that if all the revolutions eventually happen at once, there's still going to be there's still going to be the will to power where some classes are there's how does he overcome hierarchy, I guess? There can't be a final revolution because once the revolutionaries get overthrown, there's still a new underclass at that point.
Well, he simply doesn't take the problem into account, and that's why Nietzsche and Ellul and others are so critical of him. Like in the technological society, Ellul opens up with a full critique of Marxism. And so does George Orwell in his Road to Weak and Peer, right? He says, large scale industry basically leads to monopolization, right? So communism is inevitable, not because of dialectical materialism, but because of the growth of industry, right? So, I mean, right? So there's huge things that Marx missed, right, in his theory. You know, in terms of the hierarchical nature
Like, does
of
he think that at some point humanity's that like the urge to dominate and establish status or power is just going to disappear?
well, I mean, in terms of dialectical materialism, and you can see this in the communist movements, right? Like for example, the Cuban Revolution, right, or the Bolshevik Revolution, right? They fashioned themselves as an international movement, as part of an international struggle, right? So, so the fact that they saw international trade and an international movement as part and parcel of their nationalistic struggles, right? Che Guevara and his cohorts, right? That this is part of a struggle to make communism prevail all over the world. So I mean, all the actual communist revolutionaries on the ground were even echoing this, right? So I think they thought like this is the next step of democracy. It's democracy then communism, and
Do
communism's going to take over.
do they think that this this will to power instinct is a response to material conditions and not innate to human nature? Is that how they get around it? And once the material conditions no longer incentivize it, then that instinct goes away.
Well, it's like there's three guys, that we have to take into account, and that's Hobbes, right? Locke and Rousseau, right? Hobbes because he created the idea of man in his material state, right? That he's just in the state of nature.
Yeah.
Now Marx totally believed that, right? That man in a state of nature is a depraved animal, right? And then basically and he believed that it's bellum contra omnem omnes, right? In other
War
words, the
of
war
all
of all
against
against
all.
all, right? And basically, that constitutes nature. It's a Heraclitus view of nature,
Well, it's
right?
definitely that definitely describes the panel verse. If this is any depiction of the state of nature.
Yeah.
Hey, Leggy. And then so
Hello,
Locke came
how
along
are
and did
you?
what?
Well, Locke invented the idea of labor and money and capitalism, which Locke's whole idea was in response to, right? And then Rousseau invented a sort of quasi socialist state, right, in his social contract, right? So this whole idea came threefold, and then, so Marx was simply looking at all of these political theorists, and he thought he was like the next stage, in this whole thing.
Let me think about that, Philip. 4 to 9 Eastern would be 1. So you just saying bump it an hour instead of doing it at noon?
No, that's an interesting suggestion.
I could do that. I mean, yeah, I could give it a try. Like switch my times to 4 p.m. Eastern instead of 3. I'm up for that. Hey, Leggy, what's up? How you doing?
I'm
Hey,
good.
friend.
Good. I'm doing fucking fucking tastic. You know how it
Well,
is,
good.
Jeff. I'm
Where are you
alive and
headed? I
well,
saw you in your
buddy.
car. Hey, Bex.
Well, yeah, I'm always on the go. I'm always on the go. I should have been called Leggy in the car.
Well, you could get a little Flintstone car and then be both.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yabba dabba fucking do. I'm coming for you. Lock up your daughters. Lock up your mothers. I'm coming.
What's that from? That's a song, huh?
I don't know. Song? Is it a
Oh, that's
song?
the
It probably
guy
is a song.
that
Uh,
said that they coming through the window and graping everyone or whatever.
Nah, I ain't doing that now.
Hide
No.
your hide your man. You guys never saw that news story where that guy was crawling through the window and graping people, and they said hide your hide your husbands and your wives, and because they graping everybody out here.
No, no, I never seen that. No.
Yeah, that's a funny news story. Yeah, let me.
Ah,
Oh, if
shit.
they
There's
shaved him,
What
like he
a
wouldn't be shaving himself. It would take somebody else to hold him down and shave him.
what is INXS?
Remember the music group from the '90s? He's the guy that hung himself through autoerotic asphyxiation. Michael
Oh
Hutchins.
shit! Oh shit! It's not the worst way to go. I would suppose. Right?
Well, um, I would say knock yourself out, but I think that's in bad taste.
well, if it's funny, it's funny.
Yeah, Philip, I think I will. So tomorrow I'm gonna try the show at 1 p.m. an hour later instead of noon. We'll see what happens. Maybe that
1
hour makes
p.m.
all the difference because we grew the stream. Chris and I grew the stream by doing this time slot for like probably over a year, and that's why I
Yeah,
defaulted to it because it seemed to have worked in the past. But I'm willing to bump it up an hour or two.
Moose knows what I'm talking about with that. I'm so glad somebody knew. Yeah, that's a funny one. I might try to find that for you guys.
What's it from?
It's like a news story where there's like a trans person outside, and he's like, hide your wife and your husbands. They graping everybody out here,
Oh,
and they're like just candidly say this on the news. Yeah, yeah, but yeah,
hide your Oh yeah,
yeah,
Antoine. I do remember.
yeah,
There's a
yeah.
meme of it.
You've seen it,
I
right?
wonder if we
It's
could
famous.
play it.
Yeah, of course you can. Of course you can. It's like seconds long.
All right,
But
here.
yeah.
How about this?
Yo.
Well, obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they raping everybody out here.
Snatching the people up.
And actually, I think there's an AC/DC song with like similar lyrics to that. Something to
Oh,
that, I believe.
maybe they should sample it. Yeah, snatching your people up. And your husbands too. Not even just they're doing everybody.
Yeah, that sounds more like, a different band. You're Butthole Surfers or
Oh, I was
something.
listening to them the other day. I love
Yeah, I
Butthole
love that
Surfers.
band. That's a great band.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Rembrandt Pussy Horse.
Yeah, I love that song Paranoid by them. All right. It's one of the great. And also Graveyard. Yeah.
Well, did we solve philosophy?
I mean,
I
I
get like is
definitely
Marx the is like is everything post Marx that now like
yeah, it sucks.
postmodernism seems to center mostly on
Analytic.
Marx.
Analytic is really the death. It's
Oh
it's
yeah,
it's
yeah,
really Russell. You know what I mean?
yeah. And I like
Russell.
Russell as a historian of philosophy. Analytic philosophy. I mean, it has its value. It's just it's for nerd. It's not the most interesting type of
Yeah.
philosophy.
And Adler. They killed it.
My ex had a degree in philosophy, and he told me I was too deep for him, which I found really weird until I realized that it was analytic philosophy. And of course, existentialism and all this other philosophy is going to be too deep for analytic philosophy.
Yeah, you should have took him out to the woods, in the middle of the woods, just beat the fuck out of him and just left him there.
Well, me not being a
Okay.
violent person and everything.
Well, then we know what the guru man up above here thinks. Holy hot pipe.
What
Oh,
would Satan do?
who's Louise Lisa?
I'm all for going out in the woods
Someone call for help.
and doing
Ah!
things, but
The boy's gone crazy. He's gone crazy, y'all. Well. Anyways, Jeff, what
what
have you been doing with
what you
yourself?
have tonight? Leggy? Oh, it's not. I keep thinking it's Friday.
No, it's not Friday. What's it? Thursday? It's Thursday.
Moose, I've
Just
been
another
wanting to
night.
go out into the woods and do some things. I can't find anybody up here to go out in the woods with. I met a girl a few years ago that wanted to go out in the woods and do a satanic ritual. We were going to go hiking and do Satan
Interesting.
stuff, and it never that's another thing. This is a flaky town. Every time somebody pretends to want to do something, it never happens.
Well, you just haven't met the right people, Jeff.
I really haven't. I've been here over 15 years, and I really haven't.
Whoa. What the fuck's wrong with you? You can't. You've been there 15 years? What the hell? No, I'm just kidding.
How's
Yep.
it going?
Hey, Buster.
Be more. Be more. Be more.
My face is blue because of this fucking camera. You see?
Oh, it's still, yeah, your lighting changes. Now
Oh,
it's
you're golden.
orange.
You're golden, buddy. You got the dark brown hair
I
going.
got, I got red paint on my hands, by the way.
What's that from?
That's I'm going to I'm going I'm going to
Is
paint
it me or is he muffled?
the valves
He's
in my
muffled. I'm
internet.
going to
I'm
turn him
so
up.
my accordion. The valve,
Oh, you're painting your accordion?
yeah, the accordion end valves. Like, dude, why am I here? Oh my god, I gotta click out for YouTube.
You're,
Oh shit, sorry about that.
oh, is that
Oh
what it is?
man, that was a trippy mess. I totally forgot to shut the YouTube. So how you guys doing?
Pretty good. Just chatting about philosophy and other things. Dead rock stars.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them.
Can you
Well,
explain to me why there is very, very similar
don't worry.
construction all over the world from ancient times, but yet nobody can explain how they moved fucking
Very,
thousand
very similar what?
ton pound fucking rocks.
Similar rocks, you said?
Yeah, like how the fuck did they move fucking these giant fucking million-pound fucking rocks? Like how the fuck did they do it?
Are you talking about Stonehenge or Easter Island or the
No, it's like
pyramids?
anything like that. Because, all right, so the largest structure in the world, like in current times, like the dude had to, like, legit, the dude had to fucking build a truck and shit, up and around and all this shit. Like, and it had like 100 and some fucking, 126 wheels or something like that on the trailer, just to fucking pull this fucking rock
Yeah,
fucking
humans are
statue
amazing.
thing. What I'm saying is, how the fuck, like, I was trying to get on yesterday before whatever. Like, how the fuck did we do this shit back in the day? How did we move massive rocks and structures and build shit
The
out of
aliens
stone?
helped us, I thought.
Well, I mean, I think there's a lost technology out there somewhere.
I've heard of there's a theory that they use some sort of frequency levitation. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I mean, I have. They say like
What
Frequency,
kind of rocks are you talking about? The pyramid rocks?
this
like
rock,
any of them. No, that's the
heavy
Well,
point.
rock.
they're all different. There's not just one type of rock that they
Well, I
move.
know
There's
that. Well, I know that. What I'm
Just
saying
like
is,
there's all
what I was
kinds of
saying is the similar
megaliths
structures and buildings,
all
like
over
as
the
far as
earth.
like building techniques all over the fucking world from
Yeah,
nations that weren't even supposed to fucking intermingle, but yet you can find connections to all these civilizations and shit by like architecture or like stories and folklore and shit like that. There, like there's all kinds of things that tie in.
man. You know what's the most fascinating thing is the smoothness of the rocks. Some of these rocks, and they have like no tools to do that kind of shit.
Yeah, exactly. Like take copper and try to do. They supposedly only have
Well,
Yeah,
12
what's your
inches.
theory? You think they were doing magic?
No, I don't think they were doing
nobody
magic,
really
but
knows.
I mean, but they say it's scientists and all that. The archaeologists say they only had copper and brass tools back then,
Yeah,
which would be
that's
too
right.
soft to
I'm
to
I'm sure the
chisel out.
scientists and engineers have figured it out, and I would
No,
No,
offer
they
to look
haven't
it up
figured
if
it
I
out.
knew
That's why we have.
specifically
That's
what
why
type
we
of
have
rock
this
you were talking
discussion.
about.
no,
If I Google
They
how did they
haven't
move
figured this
rocks
out.
2,000 years ago, I'm
Nobody
not going to
knows
come up
how
with
they
anything.
moved it. There's theories, but
I, I,
nobody
I
knows
think
for
we do
sure.
know how, but I need more specifics
What do
to
you
look it up.
mean? Nobody knows how they exactly
Well,
how
that's
they
what you're
moved.
saying, but I don't believe you. I believe we have enough scientific
There's
understanding and
not though.
engineering and
Nobody is
technological
actually
know
truly
how
said
today to figure out how they did this stuff. So,
like
but I
there's
need an example.
theories.
You're speaking too generally. You're saying how did they
When
move
you
rocks 2,000 years ago? What particular rocks? I can look it up and tell you how they did it.
what are you talking about? I'm talking about like I'm talking about even before that, Jeff. Like I'm
Like, but
talking
can you
longer than
give me
2000 years.
one concrete example of a rock you're talking about?
The ceiling in the king's chamber
Like in
of the Great
Egypt?
Pyramid. Just the
yeah,
rock, just the stone in the king's chamber
and
alone.
you know,
Like
like
nobody knows exactly how they do it. Like there's theories. They say there's theories
Well, you
about them
say
using a
nobody knows,
platform
but I don't believe
and
that.
slave labor and
like
trees, and they rolled
lobster.
them on trees and shit like that. Like these are all theories that's been out there, but nobody truly knows how they did it yet. Like
Yeah,
if you can find me an article that says yes,
Why
one
do you
hundred
think
percent
nobody
certain,
knows?
because they
because
don't.
they say that like these archaeologists and these people all say there's mysteries to it. They all
Yeah,
have
like
theories.
it's not a lie. Like they don't understand. Like they have ideas, but they don't really understand how they were technologically advanced to machine these rocks out by hand
Exactly.
and to
Well,
get them so perfect. Like, do you
Yep.
realize? Like there's only as big as the pyramid is, there's only like a 2% error in the whole entire pyramid, the way it's built. Like the pyramid's built almost fucking perfect. Like almost as good as you could do today. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Like if you didn't have like I should say turn of the century type shit. Like as good as we could do turn of the century.
well, I
Now we
could tell
got
you what the AI says if you're interested. It's
what
not that mysterious to me.
what?
They had granite blocks weighing between 25 and 80 tons.
That's heavy.
They quarried the
That's heavy.
rocks. They transported them down the Nile from barges. They had ramps, different kind of
Okay.
ramps that they would use to give
That's
them
they
up there. The
theorized that
workers
you
dragged the
but then
stones on sledges, possibly
that's one
lubricating the
theory.
sand
It's
with
all
water
what I
to
said.
reduce friction. They had a system of levers and rollers, lever systems and wooden rollers, counterweights and pulley systems, and then inside the
But do you
pyramid they had
realize how
internal
many
lifting
people?
systems.
But Jeff, do you realize how many people would need to and the mechanics behind it? Do you realize in
Do
order
you
to
realize how many
the
people they
laws of
had?
physics? Do you realize how big the ramp alone that they would have to construct in order to truly
Why
do
is
that?
that
Do
far
you
fetched
realize
to
they'd have
you?
to build a ramp
I can
to
see
the
them having
top of the
enough people to
pyramid?
construct a ramp.
You would have to build a ramp that's like a 1 in a mile long,
Yeah, they
fucking
probably
a
did
one and
that.
a half
Like
mile long.
why is that so hard to
But
imagine that they
because
couldn't
you
build
would
a
have to
ramp?
build a structure almost as big as the pyramid, right? They would have to build a structure as big as the pyramid in order to build the pyramid. That's what I'm saying. But there's
So
no
is this where your
there's no
conspiracy brain
proof of it.
starts filling in because
But
it's
there's
beyond
no
what you think is possible for
no. This is
humans at
all
that
shit from
time period?
Jeff. When I watch all this shit, like any
That's what I'm
fucking
that's what
documentary.
I'm
Listen,
worried
any no. What
about.
I'm saying, anything that's out there about this information,
This sounds like
whatever's
something off the
involved.
History Channel.
Would you? No, dude. I'm telling you, anything that's fucking out there, I have watched it like on YouTube, like all this shit. Graham Hancock. Listen to Graham Hancock, some of his fucking theories and
Am
shit.
I going to
Like they
find out that
really
he's a
don't
conspiracy
know.
theorist?
No, not really.
A British writer who promotes pseudoscientific theories about ancient civilizations and
Yeah,
lost lands. So he's a
but
conspiracy
anything's a
theorist.
pseudo theory. It's just an alternative theory, is all it is.
Right, an alternative to the actual theories of
No,
how they
there's
did it,
no
which is
actual
basic
anything.
engineering.
They really don't know though, for sure. Like look
Yeah,
up.
there's a reason people get captured by this.
Look
I
at,
don't know
I'm
why.
telling you,
Like
look at how
when I
they.
look at the pyramids, I don't think, oh my God, how did humans ever pull this off? I
Okay,
think,
Jeff.
oh
But
wow,
Jeff,
they probably had a
but
lot
listen,
of
okay? So you had
ingenious
a structure,
engineering
dude. You
techniques back
realize you
then.
can't even, you can barely get a piece of paper in between some of these joints, right? Like that's how
So
tight these are. So that you
what are
have
you
a hard time
concluding from
doing that
that?
that much precision today. That's what I'm saying. How were these people able to do that? But yet they were so they weren't. They say they weren't technologically advanced. Is my point.
They obviously were. They had technological
Well, that's
capabilities.
what
It's
I'm saying.
engineering.
Obviously,
All of that can be accomplished through engineering,
but they
human
supposedly,
engineering.
though, you look it up what they had for tools. It was copper and bronze.
And laser precision with these stones like laser precision.
It's not mysterious to me that they could do all of this with the tools they had at the time.
Hmm.
And I don't know what you're concluding from this as an alternative. Oh
That's
my God, it's impossible. They did not have the capability to do it. Therefore, what? Magic, aliens, God came down and helped. What is the conclusion you're drawing from your inability to conceive and the human ability to pull it off?
Hey, did you guys ever hear about what's underneath the pyramids of Egypt? Like very, very far underneath the earth. Like that, all this other stuff that was built like hundreds of years before the pyramids. It's all there. It's real, and the precision on some of the sarcophaguses are underneath, and like they are so precise. They are so like it's a mystery to all these archaeologists. It's something interesting to check out. What's beneath the pyramids of Egypt? Yep.
Well, I'm using the hypothesis that if it was accomplished, then humans obviously found a way to accomplish it.
Well, I get
Hmm.
it, but like the whole point is like there's civilizations that find them that they didn't even know fucking existed, like in the Amazon. But with especially
Yeah,
since
that's been happening. That's always
especially, well,
probably
I
going to
know,
keep
but what I'm
happening.
saying is, and they're finding out this shit older than what they believe. Like, go, what is it? Go Tepi, go Peki
You
Tepi or
you
whatever the.
you Gempi template.
Yeah, how the fuck it said there.
Yeah,
That fucking
yeah.
place, like, how that place is just unbelievable. And that,
Yeah,
when they discovered that, that changed everything they fucking knew when they discovered it. Cause I remember learning all about that in my ancient architecture class and shit. So, cause we went over all that.
Gekli Tempe, is that it? You Gekli Tempe,
Tepe. Yeah, something like
something
that.
like that.
It's
Yeah.
like one of the first classified as one of the first like gathering sites as far as like religious places, and like there's different like throughout the generations and shit. There was like different areas that was carved out of stone and all these figures of animals and all this shit.
Lost my smokes.
The humans of several thousand years ago are probably not that different from the humans of today.
They're a mystery. I mean that's for sure. Some of the stuff doesn't have answers, and they can't answer. Some people cannot answer it, and some people think they can answer it, but they don't really know. That's what I've found with all this information that's come out for a long time.
Well, it provokes Zents. I think it provokes wonder,
Yeah,
but not necessarily curiosity.
well, it is curious to me. Yeah. They must have a lot of damn time on their fucking hands to do all that shit. Oh my god. They got nothing but time.
They had the same amount of time we have today. It's the same humans. It's the same species.
Well, they work like nonstop on these structures, like nonstop, obsessively. Some of them took eons, like decade or generations to build. But yeah, some of them, some people just do not stop. It's pretty amazing.
Oh Lord. Okay, just what we need to add to the mix. What's your theory on this?
What? I don't even know what you guys are talking about. So
How ancient structures were built? Like, there's no way that humans had the technology to build the
I never
pyramids.
said that
How did
now.
they
I
do
did
it?
not
The
say
blocks,
that.
you can't even fit a piece of paper between the blocks, and we can't even do anything like that today. There's no way humans did that.
I
That
didn't say that.
stuff.
I never said there's no way humans. I said how. It makes you wonder about the technology that was lost. I mean, you think about it. You think about the history that was lost when the Library of Alexandria burnt fucking eons ago. You know what I mean? You think about that. The history that was lost when that place burned. So, and really, it's like even in Egypt, you look through. Has anybody ever seen any hieroglyphs that's been demonstrates how, like, the Egyptians said, okay, we built this. These are what these buildings were for. No, nobody really knows what the shit was built for sure. Like, there's all these theories and ideas, but there's all kind. For every idea, there's another one to contradict it. It's just it just makes you wonder if they were as simplified as what they say they were. How were they able to do such
I don't think they were as
the shit
that's
that
I
they
think
had available at the time?
that's what your barrier is you see them as more primitive than they actually are. I think they're just as advanced
No,
as we
no,
are
I'm
today.
not. Jeff, listen to the words I'm saying. I'm saying they say that they were primitive, but if they were as primitive as they say there is,
Well,
right? And if they
I
had the
wouldn't listen to people
only
that's
had
telling you that. I
copper,
don't think they were primitive. So
look, you would never
if you're
be able if
believing they
they
were
only
primitive or that
had
people think, just
copper and
ignore those
brass
people.
tools, right? Copper and brass tools, right? As soft as copper and brass is, you would never be able to machine the rock that the way they did in some of these cultures, not even just ancient Egypt, in all these cultures all over the world. If they only had copper and brass tools, right? They would go through, they would have to constantly be tooling new tools in order
Well,
to do
they
it
didn't
because
just have
copper
copper
and
and brass
brass
because
is
the AI
strong.
talks about something called dolerite pounders,
okay, I
which
think I know how to solve this problem. So
it's a
let's
handheld
just pick
stone tool. So they had stone as well.
let's pick one. Which culture
I've
are
been
we talking
trying
about?
to. I've been trying to. NeuroJack. I said, give me one example. Give me one structure, one piece of rock you have here, and it's just generalized. Oh my
I mean,
God,
I
it's
said the
so
king's
amazing. I don't
chamber.
know how they did it,
Jeff,
but they
I
can't
actually said
focus on
the
any
ceiling
single
in the
one
king's
feat
chamber.
of engineering that we can explore.
Okay, how did they lift and place the ceiling in the king's chamber? Like, how is that placed
I
in there?
just went through the AI that went through
No,
how they
you
did it.
said a general. That's the
Internal lifting
generalized
system. Once the
theory.
blocks reach the construction level, it says they might have been raised further using inclined planes or
Might
by
see, there you
gradually
go.
building up the
Might have
surrounding
been.
structure. The
Might
precision
have been.
placement. The
But
king's
that's
chamber
still a
required
theory, though. That's
extraordinary
still a
precision.
theory. Might have been is a theory. That's not
Well,
was. Might have
I
been
can
is a
solve.
theory.
I can solve
Why
this
is
real
it not
quick.
a good enough theory? It says they may have used
I'm
chisels, wooden sledges, and ropes to nudge the blocks.
I'm
Why
saying
is that
though.
not a good explanation to you? What about that makes you
I'm
think,
just saying
nah,
that is
man,
that's a
that's just
theory.
a theory. That couldn't be really the
That
case.
is just a theory, though, Jeff. It is just a theory. You're saying it like it's concrete, 100%. Saying it is thought of, it could have been done, is
But
a
what
theory.
is your alternative to that? Like, why
I
is it
don't
an
know. That's
acceptable
what the whole point of the
hypothesis to you?
conversation's for, is to bounce ideas off, not to go off of what AI says. Because AI
Well,
gives you the generalized
I could
theory.
just as easily have got it from Google, so don't get too caught up on the fact
Well,
that it came from
Google,
well,
AI.
Google and the AI is the same damn thing. Google created AI or the
Large,
Well,
AI
no, there's
program.
many companies that created AI. It wasn't just Google. Large,
as the
large
wisest,
teams of skilled workers organized into crews and gangs, just like we have today, coordinated efforts to haul, lift, and position the blocks. I don't know why that's so mysterious.
But do you realize how does? But Jeff, just look up how big of a structure you would have to build for a ramp, though. Like, and how high? Like, do you
well,
realize how, in order to have the correct angle, so it was physically possible to do it, right?
Well, they
It would have to
obviously
be
did
extra.
it. So, regardless of how
But
impossible
there's
it
no
seems,
proof
they
out of
pulled it
everything.
off.
There's no proof. Like you can
okay,
trace
well,
that
as
that the
Here,
as
I
Romans
want to hear.
had
I want to hear
trains.
from our head conspirator and get his
yeah,
opinion.
yeah, please. I have the ultimate conspiracy theory for you guys. Look at my picture. I'm obviously the wisest person on this panel right now. So, having said that,
There you go.
yes, thank you. So,
Love your glasses.
Stop.
thank you. Yeah, I had this professionally portraited recently. So the thing is this, you have to think about it like this. Okay, let's take the Egyptian pyramids as an example, right? Obviously, math had a lot to do with it, but exactly, see, he did it. 100,000 slaves can do everything, and so we as white men need to get on our knees and start begging for forgiveness for all the bound slaves that we had to build the pyramids, and thank them for all the hard work they did, and
And self-flog, white boy.
that's right, and that's the answer right there.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
This is what I
Curly,
get for
Larry, and
doing open
Moses.
topics.
The legend has it that the slaves from back then are still waiting for the reparations, so that's why
Is
our
that why
Oh,
they're not building any more pyramids? We haven't
let's
seen a pyramid in
dig up the
thousands of
bones.
years.
Dig up the bones.
They,
well,
amazingly,
they're
they
waiting for
built one in Las Vegas.
Wakanda to start over. That's why.
Huh.
No, on a serious note, I do think that I think you can make a case. Like personally, I think you can make a case that they just had math and slaves and
Yeah,
wrote
math
some
and slaves.
things,
That's all it really
but
takes.
but I am partial to other theories just because I think it would be cool if there were like space chosen people that came down
But I
and
don't
gave
think
us
there were space
everything.
people involved. I never stated that I thought there were space people involved.
Well, I
I
know I
think
said
Never said.
they
there's
took a lot
space
of good drugs,
chosen
man.
people.
I mean, but you think about math and calculus and all this shit. These are all things that weren't supposedly out there, and trigonometry and shit was all shit that was come up with way after. You know what I
No,
mean?
the
Like,
Egyptians knew math.
well,
Dude,
they
A
knew
Well,
lot of
math,
our
but like,
math
I
came
don't
from the
think they.
Egyptians.
But they didn't know math as like we knew math. No
How do you?
math,
They,
math.
they
well,
obviously knew
Like, I don't
enough
feel it.
math to design a pyramid. They
here's
didn't
an
just
idea.
guess.
Here's an idea.
yeah,
They all were on all kinds of really hardcore hallucinogenic drugs. Think
Wow.
about that.
well. See. Here's the thing: is like, and so this. It depends on how weird you want to get with it, but like, people now are theorizing that at the level of technology we're approaching, that you can go into the past and like send technology back into the past and send it into the future and stuff like this. And I'm not saying it's true, but my point is like you can imagine that perhaps technology was not so physical at a certain point, and now it's much more fit. Like if you know what I mean. Like maybe they didn't need all the like mechanical stuff that we currently need. Maybe they had other ways of harnessing power and energy that
Like
we don't comprehend, right? So
frequencies and waves
Well,
and
that's what
like
I'm saying. Like, if they were smart, that's what I'm trying to say. If they were smart enough to figure out how to build all this shit, right? Obviously, they had to be way more technically advanced than what is believed. So they must have had a. There must have been things that we don't fully understand. I mean,
But
you
I
think
think
about
most
how.
people do
Look about
believe
how
that
long
they were
ago
technological.
plumbing.
You're the one saying they're not technologically advanced because some people on History Channel said they were
What are you
primitive.
talking about, Jeff? Jeff, look in the fucking history books, Jeff. The history books that I learned in school even said that, look, like these people built the shit, but we don't fully understand how with the technology
I
that
know,
they
but
had
this
at the
assumption that
time.
they were less technologically advanced. I'm saying I don't know
Well,
that actual scientists and
So I'm
engineers
saying
and
I don't
archaeologists
truly believe it
believe that
either,
they were
Jeff.
less technologically advanced. I think
So I'm
they
saying I'm
accept that
not
they were
saying
as
that I believe they
technologically
were.
capable as we are today. So I don't know where you're getting this narrative that they were less technologically advanced. I don't think that that's the consensus currently.
well. Just really quick, I want to mention one thing before I forget. I think one thing. So first of all, Machine has a good explanation as far as like if you look at all the history books. I mean, if you look at all the history that people talk about in the earliest stages that we know of, they all said that basically there was more technology and we devolved to the point that of history that we all think of as roughly 2000
And I
BCE
don't know what,
or something
like,
like
why
that.
the historians are the final authority on this and not the scientists and engineers. That's the people
Sure,
I would ask.
but
If I
sure,
had a
but what I'm
structure from 2000, I would go find an engineer and say, tell me how they built this, not a historian.
Well,
sure,
most
sure,
is
but what
like a
I'm saying
lot
is
of.
wait, just one second. Sorry. What I'm saying is, allegedly, according to history, this is what the people that wrote history a long time ago said. But more than that, I think that it's more of like a. Sorry, you guys interrupted me and messed up my point. But just go ahead, dude.
No, take your time. Just, it'll come back. Just jump in when it does.
Now I remember. So the other thing is like I think that a lot of it depends on the timeline that we're given. Like we're told that between like you know 2000 BC up till now is when all these major structures were built, and like I think that's an assumption that we can't really fully
Well,
know.
can't we date this stuff? We have the technology to date things pretty
I mean,
accurately.
you can't really date stones, but they try to test the weathering and stuff. But like the stuff in Peru, I think is really more difficult to kind of measure because like those were like actually giant megalithic stones that they like actually seem to like place together somehow that there's like
Radiocarbon
no
dating
space between them.
verifies
So
ancient Egypt's history. Carbon dating Egypt's oldest pyramids. Nova Online pyramids. How old are the pyramids? Um, until now, there has been little evidence to prove how old the pyramids is. Um,
Are
it, Nova's online interviews with 2X reveal the recent results of carbon dating on the pyramids. So we have technology to date them now.
Well, I mean, carbon dating, but that's only if you find something that was a living organism and shit, like and stuff like that.
Dating the
There.
pyramids. Archaeology Magazine. Let's see what they have to say. Smithsonian Institution.
I mean, because like the Sphinx. At one point, they thought the Sphinx was a certain age, and then once they found more of the Sphinx and they seen the weather, and they've actually said the Sphinx is older than what they initially thought by like 1,000 years. Like, you know what I mean? History changes and theories change behind it as they find new sites. What I'm saying is like there's no concrete evidence to truly say, okay, this is how they truly did it with what they had. Like, you know what I mean? And if that's the case, why has there been no evidence of any of that shit been
Well,
necessarily
what
found?
is your hypothesis for why there's been no evidence?
Well, just really quick, I think what Jeff is really saying is like you're jumping to conclusions that it's much more mysterious, and when he's saying the simplest answer is the best.
I mean, I
Yeah,
just think there.
I don't really know what his conclusion is.
I mean, Mike, I don't really have a conclusion. That's the whole point of a discussion, is to come up with a conclusion. I guess. Like, I'm not here. I'm just trying to throw out a conversation and
Well, I'm because you're dismissing all of the current theories, so I'm asking
no,
what
I'm not
your.
dismissing it. You were saying
You
it as
just said we
facts.
don't know. There's no way to know. We can't prove. We don't know. That
We
sounds
don't
like
know. You just
dismissing to
read that
me.
we don't actually know with certainty. Like yes, we have carbon dating when they find shit that they can carbon date, but still, I mean, there's theories out there that the pyramids are older. Okay, or explain how the fuck they were able to dig through whole fucking cliffs and shit. Like, you know what I mean? And have grand architecture within the detail. You know what I mean? Like without no, it just amazes you what they could do with simple fucking tools. And yet look at how advanced we are today, and look at the shit that we have to do in order to do some of the stuff that they did back then with the
Well,
simplicity of what they had. Look at
I'll,
what
I'll
we,
put it.
the
I'll put
challenges
it.
we have to do stuff.
I'll put it this way to back up what both you guys are saying from a different angle. I would say it like this: like, look at how much quote unquote technology we have now, and look how much more like stressful. Like, we have all of our basic needs met, yet we're busier than ever as far as like a workload. Like, if you ask, people who study ancient cultures, like, people had a lot of fucking free time on their hand in general, right? I
Yeah.
mean, even if they were working hard or
That's
whatever,
true.
like in general, they became like they had some free time to like kind of hang out and do nothing. But now it's like we're all kind of busy. I mean, not all. I mean, some people just do nothing all day, but I mean, like in
Well,
general,
when was the wheel invented? I mean, the wheel was around during ancient Egypt, right? I mean, the age of the pharaohs and shit like that there. I mean, there was a wheel, right? Or was that after that? I mean, I'm pretty sure that
That
was
they've
during that
dated it
time.
within 20 years. How much more accurate do you want?
But what did they test, though? I mean, what particularly
Okay,
did
they
they
give.
test?
I'm gonna list them off. They give 6 or 7 different historical records and context, carbon-14 dating, stratigraphy and material analysis, associated artifacts and settlements, astronomical alignments, historical context, and comparative sites. So those are 6 methods, and when they combine those 6 methods, they get 2580 to 2560 BC. That's pretty damn good for science. They got it within 20 years.
20, what would you say, 2580 BC before Christ? Is that
Yeah,
what
to
you said?
2560 BCE before Common Era. So that's
So,
that's a 20-year reign. That's pretty
so
damn
what's
good.
that? That's what, 6,000 years? Oh, almost 6,000 years, or 5,000 and some change old, right? And originally they thought they were like 3,500 years old.
Well, they got it down to within 20 years, so they've
See what I'm
improved
saying
their
though? Because they did the
methods.
carbon dated, it's now almost 1,000 years. It's over 1,000 years older than they originally thought. Do you
Okay,
see?
but now
What I'm saying though
it's
is
within 20
it's a
years.
much
So
older
work with
structure.
what
It's
they got
changed.
now. So now we
What
can
I'm
get
saying
it
is,
down
but get it.
within
See
that
what I'm
20
saying though?
years. In
How
the
years
future, there
go,
might be technology
theories
that narrows
change.
it within that 20-year range.
Exactly.
But
Theories
20 years
change.
is not a bad range.
Exactly. But the theory has changed. Now the date has got pushed back
Yeah, do you know how science
because of
works?
carbon.
Every scientific
That's what I'm
theory
trying
has
to say,
changed from the
Jeff.
beginning of
Jeff, that's
science.
what I'm trying to say. You're having an argument with me when there's no argument to be had.
I'm
I'm
not. I
saying
can't have an argument with you when I don't even understand your argument. I'm
there is
trying
no
to figure
argument.
out
That's the
what you're
point.
what you're even trying
You're
to
trying to,
say.
but you're saying shit as it's a fact. I'm trying to say it's a theory. You're saying that it's a fact, but it's only theories. So you get my
It's not
point?
a theory that they've dated the pyramids
No,
into
no, no, no,
20.
no. I get that. I get that. But what I'm saying is, as technology and they find things out, things and the theories and dating gets
Yeah,
changed.
that's what
You get my
scientific theories
point?
are. That's what I'm
Okay.
asking if you understand
So,
science. That's how science works.
okay, I get that point. What I'm saying is, there's different theories out there about how they,
Right, and
throughout the
some are
world,
more scientifically credible and valid than others. And if
some
you
are
look
and
at
some
those,
aren't.
I would
Some are and some aren't. I'll give you that.
hypothesize that
Like,
it's
I
not going
don't
to
think
be
there
as
was fucking.
mysterious as the History Channel is making it out to be,
What
or
the fuck are
Graham
you
Norton, or
saying? I'm
whoever
not
you
even
watch it.
talking. Like, I'm not talking ancient aliens and shit. I'm not talking about them having space beams and fucking levitating this shit up by saying fucking chants. Like, I'm not saying that shit. Like, some of that shit's just too far fetched to fucking believe. Like, and
I don't
anybody
think
that
any of it's far fetched. Like that, I guess that's what
I was talking about the ancient alien
I
shit.
don't
Like, what you
understand
talking
why
about?
any of it seems far fetched.
yeah,
None
see,
of it's far
I,
fetched to me that humans could engineer things.
What are you
Could,
talking about? I was talking about the ancient alien shit was too far fetched.
I'm talking about the pyramids or whatever we've
Okay,
been
but
talking
you
about
brought
the
up
last
History
hour.
Channel, not me. You keep bringing up the History Channel, not
Because
me.
you brought up all these shows that you watch that are out
What are
there.
you talking about? I didn't say anything about any
Graham,
show. I
what's his
said
face? The one that I looked up and he said he
what I
propagates
said Graham, but he's
pseudoscientific
not
theories
even on
about
the History
history.
Channel.
That guy?
But he's not even on it. I'm just saying he's one person has a theory. Like I'm just saying different people would work in theories on
Right,
it.
and if you use theories from educated people that know how to make educated guesses about these things, you're going to get a different picture than if you use
Okay,
crackpot
but
theories from
but my
YouTubers
point is,
and History Channel documentaries.
okay,
So
so you
part of
go
it
and look.
is
Hold on. Go look
identifying
in
which
Graham
theories
Hancock
are
was
more
saying that the
probable than
pyramid.
others
Look,
and
you
working
just
off
said
of
it.
those theories. And when you
They
do
were
that,
saying
when you choose the right theories, it becomes much less mysterious than you're trying to make it out to be.
um
That's my point.
Jeff, Jeff. The point is you can have a different theory, and you're trying to say that the theories out
Yeah,
there are
but not
fact.
all theories are equal. Some theories are more
I'm
credible and
not saying
probable
all
than
theories
others. And
are.
science provides
That's
a
why I'm
way
talking
to
about it.
sift
I'm
through
not,
those theories and help
and
you
I'm just
decide
telling you the
which
theories
ones
that are
are
out
more
there.
credible and more probable.
Exactly,
Well,
some
And
are
with
more. But I'm
without the
telling
ability
you
to
though.
do that, you're left with this multiplicity of theories that makes the whole thing seem mysterious.
Jeff, hold on one second. Just really quick. I mean, you know that. Let's say that you're correct as far as we can tell from here. But you also know that, like, let's say that they're doing carbon dating. You're reliant upon a machine to give you data that you're assuming is
Well, that
correct.
was one of several methods that they used to
Sure,
determine.
sure. But
Well,
again,
my whole,
you have to make some level of assumptions in order for those things to be true. Like even astrological stuff. Like what we say, well, assuming
Right, but science has methods for making those
that's what
assumptions
I'm saying. As we get new
in a credible,
technology
realistic way.
and new scientific methods to do things, new
That's
theories
why
come about.
these are
Like
the
the,
kind of conversations I have with people who don't understand science. That's why I'm
what are
reacting
you
the way I am.
talking about,
Because
Jeff? I
people that
trust me. I
understand
understand
science, the
science.
conversation goes a completely different way.
okay,
Jeff,
hold on. Really quick, wait. Just one thing, really quick. So here's the other side of it. Like, what would you say if you found out that a lot of the assumptions that people base their scientific methodologies on are like coming out of the Kabbalah, for example? Wouldn't that kind of like have an influence? Like, what if something like the Kabbalah has influence on the methodologies that people want
Well,
to
it
use?
would not have the influence on an actual science doing actual science. An
what
actual
is,
scientist doing actual science.
all I'm trying to say is, as more science comes out and more technology comes out, theories are changing. Like the
Yeah,
whole.
but that's true about physics, that's true about biology,
That's true about
chemistry, every
It's
discipline
true
of
about
science you can
dating
name,
stuff too.
and
that is part of how science works.
and
As science has come out and new ways to date things, they have changed the date of when they thought things were built. When they
Yes,
thought
yes, yes. And we've got it
exactly,
down within 20 years.
and that's how
yes,
the Kabbalah and that's how the
exactly.
Kabbalah
I'm
works.
not arguing that,
That's how the
but all
Kabbalah
I'm
works.
trying to say is
That's how the
they have
Kabbalah
now.
works too. And that's how the Kabbalah works too.
That's not how the Kabbalah works.
Yes,
The
that's what
Kabbalah works is mystical speculation. It's
and
using your imagination to
exactly same as science.
no, science has ways to translate imagination into actual fact that the Kabbalah does not, and art does not, and poetry does not. Science has methods to take it from the
Oh,
realm of the mental and imaginary
are
into
you
the
wait,
actual.
are you
That's
telling
what makes science
wait,
so valuable as a
are
discipline. And people either don't understand science or they resist the idea that that's possible.
are you telling me that art has never influenced you in your real life? You've never looked at a piece
Is that what you got out of what I just said? When I was making a statement about science,
that it,
you heard something about my own experience and use of art in my personal life by my statement on what science is?
you said that science brings things into reality in a way that art does not.
No, Philip, some theories are more credible and probable than others. That's what science do. The scientific method provides a means to decide which theories are more probable than others so we can know which beliefs to adopt and which beliefs to reject.
But there's been no
You have the
science.
observation, and then you develop a hypothesis based on the observation. And then here's the important part: you run experiments. That's where you test and falsify the different hypotheses. And then from that process, you develop conclusions that correspond more or less to reality. And
Okay,
some conclusions correspond more to reality, so they become more credible, more accepted scientifically, and some correspond less. And then those get rejected, are thrown away, or replaced with better theories. So not all theories are equal. The whole purpose of science is figuring out which theories are more credible than others, more likely, more valid, more
in certain
probable,
aspects
whichever
where you
word
can
you want to
apply
use.
science, where you
Well,
can apply science. I mean,
Well,
you can have a theory about how they do it, but like the science, like in order to understand how they build a pyramid, the only way to do it is you would have to build a pyramid. You get my point? And nobody has built a pyramid to try to
okay.
figure out, to try to
They
replicate it.
have one in
So there's been
Vegas.
no
They built the
science
Luxor
done
in
to
Vegas.
actually, other than the science
You can go see
of
a pyramid in
physics.
Vegas right now if you want.
Hey,
Zephyr,
But
yeah, and in
it's
the
not a
act of
pyramid.
building the
Yeah, yeah.
invention, he's
It's not a
testing those
fucking pyramid.
hypotheses by
Now
actualizing them in
that was being a
reality.
smartass because that's not a pyramid like in fucking ancient Egypt. It
It's a
was a
wait,
big,
pyramid. It's
Jeff,
what is it if it's not a pyramid?
let's do it.
but
Let's
it's
do it.
not a pyramid like ancient Egypt. I'm talking about they have not built a pyramid like they did in ancient Egypt out of the same material, the same size,
Okay, okay,
everything, and
and
they
we
have
get it.
not
Right.
replicated it at
Okay,
all.
hey,
That's my point.
we
They have
get it.
not done a scientific experiment to
We get
replicate it.
it.
Theories are not really true or false.
Hold
That's
on.
not how theories are classified.
We get it, guys. Okay, Jesus Christ, we're gonna have the same conversation for 3 hours. Hold on a second.
This is just a really stupid
Hold,
conversation.
hold on.
It sounds like people that didn't like make it through junior high science
Hey,
class.
get it.
What are
Hold
you
on.
talking about, Jeff? Jeff, I did really well in science my
Okay,
whole
Well,
fucking
I
okay.
don't
life.
understand why you struggle with these concepts then
But I'm not
of
struggling
how
with
what
anything.
science is and how science
I
works.
understand how science works. Like you said, you come up with an idea, a theory, a hypothesis. Then
Okay,
you
we're
turn around and you try to
keep
put it
moving.
into
Hold
practicality and you try to see the outcome. And then you record the result and you
on.
see what happens. That is
Oh,
what
oh,
happens, whether or not to prove or disprove your theory.
okay, shut up for a second. God damn it.
Hey, don't come
All
over here and
right.
tell people to shut up.
Not, well, because, dude, it's like, okay, we get it. Can I get a word in? I've been waiting 60 seconds. Here's an example of what we're trying to say. Look, go look up the how credible is the string theory?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, because
Because
the string theory is what plays into physics and shit. String theory, quantum physics,
Right.
all
Did
that.
you hear me say that theories get replaced all the time? None of that falls outside the
But
realm of
okay, so but
how
you're
I'm
arguing
describing
with me when I'm
science.
trying to talk about other people's theories. You're saying that based on what the AI is saying, the most common thing is that has to be true because that's what the most common theory is. But you also realize, like, I don't know,
I don't even know what you're talking about. You talk about the thing I pulled from the AI, which I could easily gotten off of Google. So I don't know why you're so
which
fixated on the
Google, I
fact
mean,
that
but
it came from AI. I just did that for convenience. Was the dating of the
but
pyramid at
it's
2580 to 2560? That's not a theory.
which I
That's a
get that,
fact. That's called a
which
fact.
which I get that. But it's what I'm trying to say is by them doing that, that also makes it 1,000 years older than they originally theorized. You
But
get my
so
point? So
what?
therefore,
That happens in
because it's
science all
changed.
the time.
So
What's your
now,
point of what is your
because
point
now you're
of
putting
saying
it
that?
back. Now you're putting it back 1,000 years back further in history. So now you have to rethink
Therefore
about
what?
everything else in history, just because of that one thing was going back 1,000 years. All right. So now they're 1,000 years more advanced at this stage than what we originally thought. You get my point, Jeff? Because
No, I
now the
don't.
pyramids have been dated 1,000 years further back than originally suspected. They were only like 3,500 years old max, Jeff. Like really, they were only 3,500. That's what they said. All through history books, fuck,
Okay,
even
what
like
is your
history books.
point that the date changed? Therefore, what? Does it
Everything
alter
you
a
have to now
hypothesis? Does it alter a conclusion?
it,
What is your
yeah,
point that the
because now
date
that
has
that
been
changed,
changed, has been
okay.
revised with new information?
What I'm saying is
What are
now
you
you have to look at
saying as a
everything else
result of
now.
that? What do you want us to
Because
take away from that?
you have to look at everything else now because now that dates it 1,000 years back, further back in time than we originally thought. You understand that? 1,000 years. That's a
I don't
millennium.
understand what conclusion you're drawing from that.
Because now you have to reevaluate the time frame of what you thought history was originally. Like
I don't
now that
understand what that
alters the
means.
timeline of history of what we had placed as a fixed time, as a this date these people started doing this shit here. Now it's 1,000 years back further than what it was. Like you get that point, Jeff? Because now that they've been dated 1,000 years older than originally hypothesized, now that takes the whole world's timetable and puts it back 1,000 years.
What is this? It takes the pyramid and puts it back. What is this world timetable? It doesn't change the dates of anything else we
What do
know.
you, Jeff? They originally stated that the pyramids were built roughly, once again, 3,500 years ago, until this carbon dated, which now puts it back to 1,000 years back further in time than they originally predicted. That's 1,000 years. That's a
Right.
millennia.
So what?
Now that pushes the timeline back.
Of the pyramids, not any other structure, only
What
the
do you
pyramids.
mean?
You can't make conclusions about anything else just because they redated the pyramids.
Why wouldn't you think that, Jeff? Because you have to look at what right now we have proof of the cultures that interact with Egypt, like Alexandria the Great, right? There's no doubt that Alexandria, he conquered part of Egypt and become a pharaoh in Egypt before he died. There's no doubt about that. So, but if the pyramids were built 1,000 years at,
That doesn't
you have to go.
change the date that
What do you mean
Alexander
it doesn't?
conquered
You have to
Egypt.
put
That doesn't
everything
mean he
back.
conquered Egypt 1,000 years that we thought it did just because the pyramids are 1,000 years older. You think
But
it?
then
You
there's a
think it
whole
means
but
Alexander is 1,000 years
what
older
I'm
than we
saying is
thought
then you
because
got a
the
whole.
pyramid? You think we have to move the timeline for every
Yes,
single
because
thing
if
we've
not, you
dated
have a whole
by
1,000
1,000
year gap.
years
Yeah.
just because we redated the pyramids? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because then you have a whole
Oh my
1,000 year
God,
gap.
you're even dumber than I thought.
What do you what the fuck are you talking about, Jeff? Who built the fucking pyramids? Look at
Not
who they
Alexander the
say built the
Great.
pyramids. But if they're 1,000 years older, obviously who they
How
say
does
built
that change the date that
because
Alexander
the whole
conquered
ancient
Egypt?
Egypt
What does
timeline
the
gets
date of
shifted
the
back a
pyramid
thousand
have to
years.
do with
How do you not
Alexander's
understand
empire?
that? That if they're dated 1,000 years, that means they were built 1,000 years before they said who built them originally built them.
What does that have to do with Alexander the Great?
Because what I'm trying to say, Jeff, is you have to think about when he conquered it, right? And go back from that time frame, right? So we know for a fact that he conquered it. So go back, you got to go back from that time frame back to in the historical records and see what has changed in that 1,000 year gap. Because there's a 1,000 year gap now because they're now dated 1,000 years older than predicted. You have to now explain that 1,000 years of history that has now been shifted back in Egypt. You get my point now? The
No, I
history's been
don't.
shifted back a
At
thousand
all?
years older.
Joe, what do
The-
you have to say about all this?
Actually know a bit about how pyramids are made. To build a pyramid, the most important thing is you need a sucker. You need a lot of suckers. All right. I once almost got involved in a pyramid scheme that my coworker told me about and invited me to a couple meetings. Right, and it works because they're all suckers. And so you just, a pyramid is the same geometric shape either way. You just go back a few thousand years, and it's the same thing.
Right, it doesn't. The date of the pyramid doesn't change anything about the pyramid, nor does it change anything about the rest of history, like the date that Alexander conquered things. This is truly one
no,
of
no,
these
I'm saying
most
you have to
stupid
use that as a
conversations I've ever
reference
had on
point
this
and go
channel.
back.
I have no idea what Leggy's point is.
What do you, Jeff? You just said that they dated them back 1,000 years.
You're saying that I'm just taking your word for it that it's 1,000 years. That's what you're saying. I have no idea what the original date of the
It was like
pyramid was.
3,500 years. And then it's been, and then now they've been, it's like, just like the Sphinx, they dated this, once they uncovered and excavated the fucking, uh, the Sphinx and they seen the weather erosion, they dated it back because of the water erosion that's on it.
Okay, but that doesn't change
You know what I
anything else
mean?
about
Well, I'm
history
saying,
just
but yes,
because
it
they
did because as
redated
soon
the
as they did
Sphinx.
that, they changed the timeline. Like you know what I mean? Ancient history timeline gets shifted when things are older than what you predicted. That shifts a timeline. That's just how it would work.
No,
Like
it
you know what I
doesn't
mean?
shift
Because
the
the
timeline
events,
for
because
everything
then the
else.
events will be out of order. Because they're saying that these people were believed to build it. Well, if it's 1,000 years older than what they think, then them people that they
Philip,
believe to build
how
it
is
couldn't
that
have built it.
Yeah,
significant whether it was
Jeff,
2 years, 500 years, or 1,000 years? That's what
Jeff,
Leggy is not addressing.
Jeff. What Leggy is pointing out is that you didn't just celebrate your 53rd birthday. You just celebrated your 1,053rd birthday. Okay, you're over a millennium old, Jeff, and it's time you woke up to this fact.
I'm
What?
not sure what the significance of the pyramid being 1,000 years older than we thought is for the rest of history.
We had to shift everything 1,000 years. So Jeff is 1,053 years old. He just
That's not
celebrated his
what that's not what I'm
1,053rd.
talking about either. I'm talking about as far as ancient history go. Not you can't shift current history, but you have to shift to what we thought we knew 1,000 years back. That's what I'm trying to say. The whole of what they had for tools, right, and all that shit would be 1,000 years for, before what we thought. So you have to reevaluate what people as a civilization, as a world, what we were doing in the world 1,000 years at that time frame. Which,
In
if they're a
relation to
thousand
the
years older
pyramids, not
than,
to anything else. You don't have to change the date of Homer. You don't have to change the date of the Bible. You have to take. It gives you a different context for evaluating the
that's why I'm
pyramids.
trying to talk about the whole fucking what the whole fucking ancient fucking
That's where
the
you're
timeline
losing
for
us.
ancient Egypt.
You're taking this one fact and you're generalizing to the entirety of
No, I'm
ancient
saying
history
the
with no
ancient Egypt
justification
timeline.
whatsoever.
The ancient Egypt timeline, you would have to shift it
The
back 1,000 years.
pyramid. You're talking about the pyramid. That's the
But the
only thing
pyramids are
that you
what they
need to
based a lot of their
change.
information off of.
If you're
There's really
studying the
only the
pyramids and you
pyramids.
realize that they're 1,000 years older than you thought, then whatever you're studying about the pyramids, you need to take the new context into account. That's it. Not anything else
Exactly.
about
So
ancient
that's what I'm
history.
trying to say. You have to take it into account and look back at fucking history and see what was going on.
In
You now have
relation
a
to the
thousand.
pyramid,
You
not
have
it
a
doesn't
thousand
change
year
what we know
gap.
about Alexander or Greece or Rome or anything else.
But what I'm saying is now we have a 1,000 year gap that we have to fill in. Like, you
Hmm.
get my point? Because we said that these were built then, but now with the carbon dating, it's proved that they're older. So now you have a time gap that you
Oh,
have to
Jeff.
fill in.
Jeff, that could be what the Nexus does. If we have 1,000-year time gap that we need to fill in, we could fill it in with a 1,000-year Nexus stream. What do you say?
You're
That
not
seems like the
helping.
best way we would benefit from it. Well, I'm trying to help.
It's
It's
not
a
any
business
clearer
idea.
than I'm trying to understand what that 1,000 year gap has to do with anything but the pyramids. You don't have to go through and revise the entire rest of history just because the pyramids got redated. Unless
But
whatever historical
so
facts
what
you're
do you, so
revising have
now,
relevance to the pyramids.
so now though, the peop I don't understand how you don't understand.
I don't
I don't
understand.
understand how you don't understand that you have to explain that 1,000 year difference now. Like, if they're 1,000 year older, right? Who built them then? Because
This
now that
this
changes the original theory of who built them. So now you got to explain that 1,000 year difference.
Well, there's
You
like an
get
easy
they're a
answer there,
thousand
right?
years older than what we thought they were. So now you
then
have to
Because
explain.
you go back and you look at what people were around 1,000 years before you
That's
thought
what
they
I
were.
just said. You have to look at the culture of ancient Egypt and readjust it. You were
Right, but
saying
that
no,
has
you wouldn't.
nothing to do with the rest of history.
You look. You would have to go. Oh my fucking word! You realize Alexandria the Great was like 43 BC, right? Like, was before Christ. It was like 43
Right,
BC.
so what does that have to do with the age of the
So
pyramids? What does
therefore, that's a
Alexander the
fixed
Great
time.
have to
That's a
do with the
fixed
age of
time
the
that we
pyramids
know
at
for a
all?
fact.
Help me
There's
make the connection why
because
one is
what I'm
relevant to
saying is
the
you have
other.
to use Alexandria the Great as a point in time, because that's something we know for a fact happened at this date in history, right? So then you got to use that as a date, as a reference point to go back and look. Okay, so this happened here. Okay, before him there was this pharaoh, this king, this queen, whatever the fuck, whoever the fuck it was. Okay, before them there was this person, there was this until you get back to the original people they say built the pyramid. Now you have a 1,000 year gap because they're 1,000 years older than what it is. So from the people they said originally built it in, now you got to go back. All right, so if these people didn't build it because it's older than what we thought it was, and these particular dynasty and people couldn't have built it, so therefore it had to be a different dynasty that we're not aware of that had to have built it. Like, you
What
get
does
my
that
point?
have to do with Alexander the Great? It doesn't change the dynasty when he conquered it.
What are you talking about? I never said it did. I said you have to use that as a fixed point because you know that's when it happened. Like, it was like 43 BC, something like that. We know that. That's a fixed point in history. We know that with certainty that that, and with great confidence, that that is the date that it happened. So you got to use that as a fixed point in history because it's BC, before the Common Era, right? BCE, before Common Era. You have to use that as the point and go back to trace back to see who built it.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the rest of history. That would be of interest to an Egyptologist that was studying
That's
Egyptian
what I'm
culture.
saying. You have to change Egypt. You're putting in all the rest of
You said you
time.
had to change the timeline of
Yeah,
the
of
whole
ancient
historical
Egypt, and
record.
you're fucking going on this whole rant like the whole fucking ancient alien history shit. Nobody's brought that shit up, but everybody else keeps trying to make a reference point to that. I've not said anything in fucking remotely close to that
You
shit.
talked about that Graham guy.
Yeah, yeah, but he doesn't believe in ancient aliens though. Like, come on now. He just says there's a different theory than the ramp thing. He said he doesn't know what, but it couldn't. You know what I mean? Like he's one of the proponents, but there's many people out there, not just him, that have different theories. But
Yeah, well,
really, if you look
anybody
at
can have a theory.
Egyptology,
It
if
takes
you look
more
at
to convince people
Egyptology,
than just a
there's really
theory. You
only
have
been
to
one or
provide
two
evidence
guys
for
that's
your
had any
theory. It has to be a
influence.
credible theory.
A
So
theory's a
if you're going to
theory, bro.
present a theory to a group of Egyptologists, you can't just go in there with just any theory. It has to be a
Well,
theory
no
that's
shit,
going to
Jeff.
be
It's just like
supported
you
by
can't go.
evidence that the Egyptologists would accept as evidence.
Well, no shit. It's like you can't go to a fucking. You can't go to a race car, a race for a fucking NASCAR with the wrong set of fucking tires and expect to go down the track and win. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, you have to have the right shit and be prepared in order to fucking give a theory and have your evidence. I mean, you can't just have a theory and put it out there and and expect people to fucking believe it and not have nothing to back it up, which
Well,
is not what I'm
obviously
doing.
it's happening. People are putting out theories and people are believing them. So
I mean,
you can put out just any old theory and have people believe it. That's why it takes something like science and the scientific method
but
to
but
figure out
once
which
again, there's been
theories
no
are worth
scientific method
investing in
done.
and which ones
You
are
keep
worth or
saying that
need to
like
be
they do that for
discarded.
everything. There's just some things, unless you just go out
Yes,
and do
a
it. And
good scientist or somebody that thinks critically or is scientifically would do that for everything. Every new theory that comes across their desk, they would do that process on. If
but
they're a
you
responsible
but you
thinker,
have to set
a
up an
responsible
experiment, and the
scientist.
only way you could do it, as far as building the pyramids go, to do it, you would have to build them. You would have to replicate them somehow.
No, no,
Like,
you don't. You don't have to build something to understand it.
It's true. There's actually a pyramid to understanding how pyramids are made, and the base of that pyramid is rebuilding it so that you can actually get to the next level, which is understanding it. All right. Then the next level beyond that, the very top of the pyramid, is where Leggy is standing, and that's where you're trying
We
to get, Jeff.
understand biology just fine. We haven't created humans and animals yet, but we still understand them.
I mean, we technically have created. We've cloned people. Well, not people, but animals. There was Dolly the
Why did I
sheep.
do this to myself?
Animals are people too, so we have cloned people.
I'm just saying we did technically create an animal, Jeff. We did clone Dolly the
Okay,
sheep.
but it wasn't necessary to do that to understand animals in the first place. So this theory that you have to be able to replicate the phenomena you're studying to fully
No, no,
understand
you're
it
saying there's
is not how
scientific. What
science
I'm saying
works.
is,
That's
what
not
do
a
you mean? You have
scientific
to have an
requirement.
experiment. How else are you gonna
We
build it?
study the universe. We don't have to recreate the entire universe to study it and try to understand it.
And we
But
still
sure we
don't
do.
understand the universe. What are you talking about? We don't understand the universe. We're still asking questions about how the universe was
Yeah, that's
created.
why I go back to how science works, because nobody that understands how science works would say anything like that. We know that that's how science is tentative. It's built into science. We already know that. So to say science doesn't completely understand anything makes you seem like you don't
When
understand
did I
science,
say
because the
that? I
purpose of
said,
science itself knows that it doesn't understand everything. That's
do you
why it's called
realize, like,
science. We're
you
always
realize
finding new questions to answer.
they've changed the Big Bang theory like 2 or 3 times, like the way that they thought the Earth, I mean the universe originally started, right? Like it has changed, and there's still to this
Yes, you
day
can.
there's
I
different
said
working
before, you can
theories.
take any discipline in science and see that happening. They've changed
Okay,
biology, they've changed chemistry, they've
okay.
changed physics, and to keep saying it makes me think. That's why I keep saying you don't seem to understand science.
What do
That's
you
part
mean,
of
Jeff?
science.
How? When I'm saying that there's no, they're saying shit as a theory. There's no concrete evidence of they've changed like how the
Theory has
universe.
a very specific meaning in science, and it's different from just a hypothesis or a guess about how things work.
Hmm.
I mean, your theory's based on your
And
hypothesis
and they
after you
taught
do an
this in
experiment based
junior
on
high
your
school.
hypothesis.
They taught.
I understand.
That's
I
why I keep
understand
going
that.
back to junior high
I
school
understand all
science.
that, Jeff. You're acting like I don't understand it.
Well,
I'm not.
I'm acting like that because you're saying things that normally people that don't understand science say. Like that's
What do you
just a
mean?
theory. Science doesn't understand. People
I
that know
understand
what
how
science
science
is
works, but
wouldn't
you
say
still can't
things
get
like
away from the
that.
fact that it's still a fucking theory, that it's a working theory, that it's not, that it's ever changing, that it's not a concrete 100% answer. Like
Yeah,
you're
but that's
taking it
true
that,
about everything in science. So that's why I don't know the point. Only a non-scientist would keep hammering home something so
I mean,
fundamental as science.
I keep saying that it changes as new science, and you keep trying to go back to what they've done now, which I'm keep trying to point out as they come out with new science. You
Oh, is
keep,
this a troll? Leggy, are you trolling me? Is this a
no, I'm not
troll?
fucking trolling. What are you talking about?
Because people are saying that this
No,
might be a
Mike's
troll.
trying. I'm
No,
not
Leggy's
trolling
not
fucking any.
trolling.
What the fuck? Like this was supposed to be a normal conversation. I feel like y'all are fucking trolling me. Cause like this
No,
is fucking
you
bullshit. Like
troll.
really.
This is
Like
not a normal
it's like
conversation.
literally
Have
like
you
you have
had
one
this
fucking
conversation
theory and then you're
with the
going based
actual
on fucking science.
scientist?
No, they've not done a fucking scientific experiment of any kind of to prove how they fucking built the fucking pyramids.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sure
they've
they have.
carbon dated as far as
No.
fucking age goes, but they've not fucking built the fucking pyramids or done any
They don't have
experiments
to
to actually
build the
truly
pyramid to
understand and
understand how to
explain
build a
how they
pyramid.
built the fucking
And
pyramids.
they have built pyramid. We have pyramids in
No,
existence
you
today.
built a modern day pyramid that's
So we
not
know
built the
how to
same
build
way inside.
pyramids.
Yes, we know how to build the structure of a pyramid, but not the inside of a pyramid like they did then. We don't have chambers like king's chambers and tombs and sub chambers and chambers underground. Like we don't have that shit like that.
Oh my god.
Like yes, they built a fucking pyramid, but it's not a pyramid like in ancient Egypt. Like that's like
Okay.
fucking apples and oranges. They're both fruits. They're both grown, but they're two different fucking things. Like
So Jeff, do you feel like you understand pyramids better now?
I felt like I understood him just fine before. So it hasn't changed. This conversation has changed nothing about my understanding of anything other than how people end up so scientifically ignorant.
Well, I don't understand what triggered the interest in pyramids because to
well, I was
me,
just talking about how they move. The original question was, it makes you wonder, like, with if people were as simplistic as what a lot of the common thought was at once upon a time, right? How were they able to build the shit that with modern technology today, that it's even a challenge to do? That was the original point of the conversation. And then it got pointed into scientific theory and all this shit and all this shit, carbon dating, which had nothing to do with fucking all that.
And
And then
let me tell you that the conversation started by introducing this Graham Hancock guy, who Wikipedia describes as a British writer who promotes pseudoscientific theories about ancient civilizations and hypothetical lost lands. So that was the one of the sources for this whole conversation,
okay.
which got into the debate about what actual science is, because some of it seemed to be coming from this pseudoscientist.
I mean, a lot of
And
these
if there's
theories
one thing that anybody that
and
watches this
alternative
channel should
theories
know
I
is that
heard
we
way before
challenge
I ever knew who
bullshit
Graham
here.
Hancock was. So, like, to just base it off because I said one name, trying to say, oh, like, it's fucking stupid.
Well, it
Like,
was a name that
you could
seemed to
see
have
my,
significance to the
like,
rest
I'm
of
going
the
to
how
take a
the rest of the
screenshot of,
conversation went.
I'm telling you, man.
So yeah, I'm not sure how this started or where it was even going. It started with, my God, isn't the it's I tell you how it started. how did people in the ancient world move rocks? Isn't it amazing that they were able to move rocks? And then I'm like, well, what do you mean, which rocks? Well, all the rocks.
Well,
How
I
did they
mean,
move rocks?
any
I
And
know
then
how they move
from
civilization.
there,
rocks.
I got him to narrow it down to the pyramid as one example of
But
rock
Jeff,
moving.
an example, like ancient civilizations, my whole point is they moved these fucking massive fucking 50, 60, 100 ton fucking stones that even with today's technology and modern roads, it would be a challenge to move them over the structure. You get my point? That
No,
so like it just makes you wonder how they were able to do such things back then. Like the actual techniques that were used to do it. Like it makes you wonder how they did it.
it doesn't make me. It makes you wonder. It doesn't make me wonder.
I already know how they did it. Okay, because you got to figure, why would they be moving these big rocks, right? And back then, that was like the most impressive thing you could do. So men back then, if they really wanted to impress a woman, that's what they did. So they got really good at moving
I don't
rocks.
think that's
We
it
have
either.
we have lost that ability because nobody cares about moving rocks anymore. You want to impress a girl, you throw a football, you invent an electric vehicle, you do all kinds of shit today. But back then, moving rocks was the gold standard. They didn't even have gold yet, so there wasn't even a gold standard. It was the rock
The
standard.
rock
To,
standard.
to have the rock standard was great, all right? And so I think there's just a failure of empathy in this conversation to think, if I'm an ancient Egyptian, where am
I'll
I?
own that.
What's around me?
There is definitely a failure of cognitive empathy on my part. I'm struggling to connect with any of this conversation.
Mhm. And realistically, who wants to peer at mids? I'd rather peer at the most beautiful women, not the mids. No, King Philip, I'm not a troll. That never happens. I'm spitting mad truths right now.
In fact, that's it. I'm changing the title of today's stream.
We still need to figure out how we're going to plug this 1,000-year gap, Jeff. I think we should do it with a stream, okay?
Oh, this I got to do something about this channel. I can't keep doing this. I really can't. This is going to start to affect my own mental health. And this is not that different from other conversations I've had on here with other people. It's not just leggy. It's not just this one day. There's a pattern of this on here.
You're right. I understand then if filling a 1,000-year gap is cumbersome. Zephyr, you want to fill a gap with me?
Well, do you have anything you want to talk about?
I got back from board games, so
How'd that go?
I won everything. So
Philip,
not,
I
not,
very well may. People keep telling me that's one of my strengths is this third space thing. So if I switch to specific topics, that's gonna kind of undercut what people are telling me my strength is. But I'm definitely open to it.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, I rather enjoyed the pyramid argument, but yeah, I do actually have to run here because it's sundown and I have to go run to the mosque here, make my prayer. But yeah, blessings. I really enjoyed our conversation on Nietzsche as well.
Yeah, I
You
look
know, and
forward to more. You'll have to
yeah, I'm
join
looking
us for the book
forward.
club.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to you guys doing that. Definitely, I'll message you about that at some point and see when you guys are starting that up. But yeah,
Okay, and
blessings
I'll keep you up to date in the Discord.
for sure, for sure. Yeah,
All
well,
right,
thank you for
thanks
having me.
TML.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Jeff. Blessings. Yeah.
Mhm.
I that's been a lifelong issue for me is not wanting to face the actual gap that exists. I always underestimate the gap. And when I finally get a sense of the gap, how wide it actually is, my brain can't handle it. My defenses start to kick in, and I can't face how large the gap actually is.
This kind of gets to why I made the Tech 5 recommendation earlier in the Discord. Oh, Leggy's back.
Oh yeah, yeah. I hit the wrong button.
Oh,
Oh. Oh, well,
Oh,
people do that with Jeff all the time, so don't worry about it.
yeah,
oh,
mash
okay.
the button.
I went to hit the more button and I
Are you
hit
on your phone?
leave on it. Huh?
You do it
Yeah,
from
I'm
your
on my
phone?
yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I went
knock
to hit the
myself out of my phone streams all the time by hitting the wrong button. I hate that.
or
It's
like
very
you
easy
go
to
to
do.
you go to look at like you have another web page open, you go to look at the other web page and you like scroll the wrong way and it shuts the fucking
Yep,
page off.
yep.
It's like fuck.
I hate working off my phone.
And then, of course, where I live in I live in a weird area where like I bounce in between like 5G ultra wide, and just regular LTE.
Okay, I'm not gonna try. I was gonna troll, but I'm gonna learn from experience and just
And
let it go. It's not worth.
anyways, troll what? Troll me? I don't give a
No,
fuck.
that's okay. I want to hear what Joe was gonna say about this. What is it? 5 minute rule? 5 minute break?
Oh yeah. Well, I just think when conversations get off the rails, um, usually I think what happens there is people are in too much of like a fight or flight mode, and uh, they need to like take a pause and then like replay the
Do
conversation
you
in their
think
head.
that would have done anything for this conversation though? I
Yeah.
don't
I
Sure.
know
think
that
I
anything would
think
have
we got off the
helped.
wrong. What happened was I just think tried to do it and got off the wrong thing. You were misunderstanding me. I was misunderstanding you, and then we were arguing when there was no argument to be had. That's what it was, and it just whatever. So it is what it is. Fuck it, troll me. I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
I don't think anything would have recovered. I don't think there was anything to recover. I think it started in chaos and it was always destined to remain there.
Hmm. Well, that's what life is. Everything comes out of chaos. You have to create order.
I tried. I tried to use the scientific mentality and the scientific worldview to bring some kind of order to the chaos, but it didn't.
That's what a
It didn't
pyramid
take.
is. You start with chaos. You take these rocks and you push them. You bear the burden of
I
the
have
rock.
I have stone and copper tools to work with, and that's it. I have basic logic. I have the Socratic method. I have the scientific method. That's about it. A few critical thinking tools. Those are my little stone tools. And if those don't get the pyramid organized, I don't have anything else.
That's right. Clean up your pyramid, Leggy. A lot of sand is blown in from the Sahara, and it's
It was a
not good.
sandstorm. I was powerless against it.
Well, it does make you wonder though how much shit's really buried up there still, because all that shit was buried once upon a time. I mean, it really was buried beneath the sands once upon a time, and
Yeah.
shit sands. Just saying, it does make you wonder what's still buried out there. That as far as like tombs and shit from these ancient people. I mean,
I think it's Goethe that says the highest that man can aspire to is wonder. So I think wonder can be a great thing. I like for my wonderment to go somewhere. That's all. That's just a me thing. But nothing wrong with wondering. You think there's things that they found that they're not telling us? The thing I know about scientists, because they love to, that's how they get their clout, is by being the one to re- bring their theory out into the world. And so scientists are always
but you
wanting to
do
get the
know though
information
that
out. It's
that
very unscientific for a scientist to say, "Oh, I discovered something, but I don't want to share this with anybody."
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that they find stuff but don't want to. It might be if it's a theory that goes against like any other person, if it's a theory that goes against the grain or an idea, sometimes you might be reluctant to.
Oh, did you drop out? I guess so.
Okay, I'm back. I had to let a plumber in.
Okay, I think Leggy's in a dead zone right now, so you have a few
Oh,
seconds
okay.
or minutes.
Well, that's basically what pyramids are. Is they're these dead zones. You set them aside for the dead. Roughly
Yeah.
speaking, that's what the transcendent archetype of a pyramid is. It's a dead zone. Yet living people spend so much time obsessing over them. It's
No, I
not
don't know
good.
anything about the seed bank. Is that something I even want to open up today? Do you know about the seed bank?
Well, yes, it's where a lot of
Yeah,
young
I
men
mean,
go today
I
because
heard
they're
that, but
never going to have any
I don't
children of
believe
their
that
own.
theory. That pretty
Yeah,
much
watch
that
the
they were
same
a
YouTube
fucking
channels.
giant corn silo. Same idea. I don't believe that theory by no, that they were a seed grain. That the pyramids, that's what they were used. I don't think there's been any sign, there's been no proof of that. They haven't found no seeds or no nothing, to my knowledge, that would, uh, that way you could say it. So that doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, there's a potentially infinite
You're
number
good?
of ideas
Okay.
out there, but only a small subset of those ideas are going to correspond to physical or material reality that we all share and live in together. And those are the only ideas that interest me. Ideas that don't correspond to anything useful get deprioritized in my mind
No,
as
they
far as
go.
interest level.
Now
Some
their
people
stuff
some
was
people
it
geek
was
out
gold
on
flake,
like
right?
ideas that have nothing to do with the real world, but my autistic practical brain is not can't do that. It doesn't it
Right,
just
Jeff?
can't get into
Like
ideas that have no possibility of corresponding to reality. And that's a me thing. That's just my limitation. It's fine for other people if they want to indulge in those. Oh no, I didn't know this.
Oh, wow.
Was there just one? They just had one seed bank, or it seemed like they would have multiple ones around the world.
So, Jeff, answer me this. If you go to Antarctica and you make a really big pyramid out of ice, is that a pyramid or is it just a really nice igloo?
Well, what defines a pyramid? To me, it's a structural definition.
well, I
Hmm.
mean,
So if it meets the geometrical structural definition of pyramid, then
okay.
it's a
But when you
pyramid.
say
You
they
could
built
build
a
a pyramid out of
pyramid, though,
Legos, probably.
and I said, look, you said they built a pyramid. I understand they built a pyramid, the shape of a pyramid, a building in the shape of a pyramid. I understand that, 100%. But it's not a ancient Egyptian pyramid. They did not build one of them. They have not replicated that. So to say they built an ancient pyramid is a lie. Just to
Oh, I
say.
never said they built an ancient. It's a very modern one. It
Well,
even
okay.
has
Well, I'm saying they haven't
electricity
built
and a light
an
on top.
Egyptian pyramid, and you're like, well, they built a pyramid. I'm not saying they haven't. They've pyramids all over the fucking world. So, I mean,
Oh, I didn't know this either. I'm learning all kind of things today that I'm not sure what what to do with, how much to take seriously.
Sudan is like right next to Egypt, though. That's not a surprise. In fact, part of Sudan was considered like the ancient kingdom of Egypt because the ancient kingdom basically went up and down the Nile.
Do are is the Mayan structures count as pyramids?
Yeah. Hmm.
How old are those? Do they know how they built those?
Well, the Mayans were around from like 600, 900 CE initially. So they were at least 1,000 years old. But since we have to plug the 1,000-year gap, now they're like 1,600 to 1,900 years
I
old.
don't understand though how you don't understand though. Like how you, if it's 1,000 years older than what we thought, I don't realize how you don't understand that you don't have to take that 1,000 year, or you don't think you have to take that 1,000 years into account of what happened in that 1,000 years. Like, you know what I mean? Because we don't know who built it. So who built them if they're 1,000 years older than what we thought? That's my question. Because then obviously if they're 1,000 years older, the original people that we thought didn't build them.
Yeah, but that only applies to the pyramids, not anything else in history.
Well, I mean,
What if?
ancient Egypt, anything from that time, because how what else is older that they have it carbon dated? You know what I mean? There's what other structures are out there that and things that they found that
Yeah,
they
but
haven't
you can't
fascinated?
draw those kind of conclusions from just the
Why
dating
can't you?
of the
But
pyramids. You
I
can
mean,
if you
why
want.
can't you? I mean,
It's not
Egypt is
scientifically
classified as the
justifiable.
cradle of life. Like you know what I mean? Like the Nile River. I mean, that's what create. You know, that was life. You know, quote unquote. So,
You
and it just makes you wonder why only they were so advanced too. I mean, you have other civilizations that's known not to be so advanced, and you still finding tribes and shit that are just basic
Hmm.
with very limited influence, and so you kind of have to go back and look at these. I don't know. Fuck. I'm just gonna shut up because I'm fuck. Mike's here and I'm rambling and I don't know. Mike, what's going on, buddy? What's going
What's up,
on?
man? I think
Usually you're the one rambling, but tonight
yeah,
I'm
let's
taking
let
your role.
Mike
What the
ramble for a
fuck?
bit. What's up, Mike?
but no, I think the notion of the Egyptian culture and how they were able to build the things they did, it is fascinating. It is captivating. I mean, we're not going to lie about it. It is, how did they do it? How? And people do ponder on that particular thing. I think the Egyptians were much more advanced than we ever gave them credit for. They were
That's what I
engineers. They
say.
were,
But
No,
I think most people do give them the credit. Like this idea that they were technologically primitive is odd to me, because
sure.
I think most archaeologists, engineers, even historians that study Egypt would acknowledge that they were advanced. I don't know
They
where
were.
this idea that they were less advanced comes from. That's what I was questioning.
Well, they try to demean. So you try to demean or put down something you don't understand. So if I don't understand something, I'm going to
Well, it's
say,
based
well,
on the technology that they had and the tools they had available. That's where the term more advanced comes from. You know
these
So
are
what I
Philip,
mean?
you're saying it is a troll.
these are the
That's
different
why I get trolled all the time because I can't spot them. I'm a
these are the
very easy
different
No,
target.
I'm not trolling. What do you mean? You guys kept fucking talking about pyramids after
No, I
I
said,
could
well,
get at
actually,
it,
technically, you're
pyramids.
right. I
Like,
gave the mic to Mike, and he kept the conversation going on the pyramids.
so
You're right.
the
It was Mike.
oh, it was
the
Joe
theories
originally trying to troll about me fucking talking about pyramids. So come on now, like
so
Well,
that's
the
what
Joe
gets
is
me
a
theories
brought
known
back up.
troll.
so the
But
theories on the
anyways, I'm
pyramids,
not actually
Jeff,
trolling. But
there are
anyways, I'm the
there are
fuck out
known
of here because I'm
trolls.
almost home anyway. So
oh wait.
I got better
Jeff,
things to
there
do than
are
fucking talk to you people. So all right, bye.
Jeff, there are known trolls. There are known unknown trolls. There are unknown known trolls, and then there are unknown trolls,
There are
right?
known trolls.
Right? The
You
question
are
is,
people that engage in the act of trolling are known trolls, and you have engaged in that act many times. So I consider you a known troll.
but how do you know that what you know is in fact what you know, right? You're just going off of your own perception
My own
here.
judgment, yes, but in this case, it's reliable enough for
You
me
might
to
say I'm
go
a
off of.
troll. Mike, with
Joe,
his judgment, might think I'm a gentleman and a scholar. So you
Joe, are
need
you
peer review
using
here.
Well, let's see what Mike has to say. He's new
Joe,
to
are
the
you
panel
using
today.
reverse Joe, are you using reverse psychology on people? Is that what you're doing? Reverse psychology? Osmosis? You're using reverse psychology.
Well, Moose, if his true self is
Well,
retard, then he is being it.
I use psychology in multiple directions. Sometimes it's reverse. Sometimes it's the normal. Sometimes it's even diagonal. It really depends on the situation.
Mhm, mhm. I
Be
got you.
yourself doesn't mean you come up here. You don't. You get protected from being stupid. If your true self is stupid and you're being that on the panel, there's
Hmm.
you're gonna get reactions to that.
It's funny because people will generally come up and they'll troll, but then they will break into, like myself or Joe or even Jeff will break into an actual conversation. Like
Mhm.
you drop the troll, you want to have a conversation, you want to actually speak on something, a topic that you're really concerned with.
And
But
I honestly think Leggy was trying to have. I still don't believe he was trolling. And people are saying it's a troll, but I take Leggy at his word. I think he was trying to raise up an interesting topic.
sure. Yeah. And you know what? Sometimes conspiracy theories are kind of hanky to some people, and sometimes it makes sense to some people. So it's good to, dude, communication is everything. Communication is life. We have to communicate with each other. And even though if you think it might be strange, At least you're taking their point of view, and you may pick up on something from them, good or bad. And I think that's the problem, is that people are very biased. I'm not saying us, I'm saying people are very biased where they don't hear people out. And but I've learned so much different things from other people on panels, like things I didn't even know about, and I was wrong about, and then I was educated about. So it's just good to have a conversation. I think that some of these panels, they just argue and bitch and moan and cry, but it's really cool to come up and just have actually a topic, and we all dissect the topic. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but I couldn't get, there was no handle I could grab to get a hold of the topic, and that
But
I don't know
Jeff,
where the fault
Jeff,
for
remember
that
one,
was.
Jeff,
Me
remember
or
one
him or
thing.
what.
When people are very passionate about something, they get exuberant. They get kind of out of their norm. So don't take it as an insult, but people get very passionate about a topic that they believe in. That's all I'm trying to say, my friend. That's all.
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah.
I didn't have a problem with the passion. That for me it was I felt inadequate to the conversation because I couldn't gain any kind of purchase to understanding what he was saying, to talk about it usefully. I tried every little tool I had. I tried logic, I tried science, and nothing was helping. So I felt very lost.
Hmm.
And it's diversional behavior, and as people are thinking in different directions, and like Joe said, he can control in different directions. I think in different directions. Jeff, you probably think in different directions, and that's a sign of intelligence. But you're trying to psychoanalyze what you're talking about, And no, I'm just saying. I mean, on a personal level, I've seen people get so passionate about certain topics, and they're just showing their heart. Even though they may sound silly in the moment, they really are invested in that actual,
Yeah.
thing. And more power to them.
And now I feel bad. Leggy, I'm sorry. If whatever, I don't know. If you feel a certain type of way, I apologize.
Yeah.
I think also because Leggy is from Maine, he sounds like he's more intense than he is, but that's just his dialect.
No, I think he's pretty intense.
No, Joe. He gets a little pissy. He does. He gets a little pissy
Okay.
sometimes. But Leggy's a good man. He's got a family. He works hard. So
Yeah, I like Leggy. I like Leggy a lot. I have I consider him one of us. He's one of the gang. So.
and he trolls the shit out of me, and I still love him, no matter what. He trolls the crap out of me, and I still like him because he has a good family base, and anybody that has a good family who works hard, I can't hate that man. We may have petty conversations back and forth, and he's got a weird accent. So do I. But
So do I.
at the end of the day, he's a good dude. He is, and he's overly passionate. So what Leggy does is he fixates. So Jeff, you know what I'm talking about. He fixates on one thing. He hones in on one thing, and then he wants to find out the truth on that one thing. But
I just got confused.
On the drive home,
and
when I was listening to the stream in my car, he was like very big on this, like, but we don't know exactly how they lifted the Sea King's ceiling or whatever, and
it is
that seems to be very important to him.
But Joe, it is very unique that if they're saying they used mud and rollers to move the blocks, right? That's what they're claiming. That's how they moved it, with mud and rollers, and they used pulleys to set them. There's no rope known to man that can supply that weight. So it's interesting to think about how the heck they did it. How do they do it? We'll never know because we weren't there. We weren't actually there. And then you get people that come in, they say, well, the Egyptians, now hear me out, guys. Don't put a tinfoil hat on me. They say the Egyptians had anti-gravity. They were able to
You put
lift
it on
things.
yourself right there.
Just saying that's a theory. It's a theory. It's not founded. But in other words, apparently, allegedly, alien people visited the Egyptians first. That's why the pyramids had gold on them as receptors. I'm talking about things I've read, not things I believe. I'm just saying things I've read because
Yeah,
I read a lot.
that's the point I made earlier. There's an infinite
Yeah.
amount of information and
Yeah.
possibilities out there. I like to talk about the ones that are useful to people interested in reality. I don't
So all
necessarily like
these,
to indulge every little possible theory out there. And some people
so,
do. They just get a pleasure out of
yeah.
indulging fantastic theories. Joe,
Um,
how was board game?
mhm.
It was okay. We played like 2 actual board games. We played this one called Racco, which is like, it seems like it's meant for kids. So that was
Mm.
like done in 5 minutes, and I won. But I'll say it did not feel like an achievement.
Uh,
Um, and then we played Scrabble after that, and um, I don't know, I dunked on them, but
Mm.
and they were like, "Wow, how does he keep doing it?" And I basically was like, "Well, I look at it from an investment perspective, and instead of trying to get the most points every turn, I try to get the most points per tile. I try to get the highest return on capital per tile." And then they were like,
Mm.
"Oh." And then after that, one of the librarians brought out her Oculus and let us try that out. And I did this thing where you like hold these 2 samurai swords and you slice fruit that comes at you. And sometimes they shoot bombs at you, so you have to know not to hit the bomb.
You
And
talking
then
about Fruit Ninja? You talking about Fruit
yeah,
Ninja?
Fruit Ninja. That's it.
my God.
Dude, I play that all the time. I love Fruit
Yeah,
Ninja.
I had never played it before. So okay. I
Yeah.
want to ask you if this is right, because she did like the classic mode where the things pop up, and then when I got it, I tried that. Then I backed out. I looked at the other modes, and I'm like, ooh, survival. That looks neat. And then there's the thing where they shoot the fruit and the bombs at you. When
Yeah.
they shot a bomb at me, my response was to duck and have it go under me. And I basically ducked under the bombs every time, and I would just slice all the fruit.
The
Now,
best. Good.
so like, is it bad to let the bomb hit you? Is that the issue there? Is that what happens?
I'm trying to remember. I think it blows up next to you. I think. Yeah, you have to like ignore it. You don't touch it. It goes past you. But if you touch it, it blows up. So you just have to like not touch it, which is strange. I mean, a grenade's gonna blow up anyway. But no, Fruit Ninja, man, dude. Me and my son was little. My son, I think, was like 8 or 9 at the time when Fruit Ninja first came out. We're talking about a long time ago. And we would play it all the time. We would play Fruit Ninja all the time. You slicing the fruit, and the bombs are coming at you, and you're moving, and oh man, what a cool game, dude! And you have to swipe. You have to swipe the screen. Oh, it's great, man.
Yeah, it was
Yep.
good. And they're all like old people, so they weren't particularly good at it.
Yeah. Dude, I was killing it. Killing it. Freaking. We went to we we went to New York, and we didn't drive. Someone else drove. So I'm in the front, he's in the back, and we're just playing Fruit Ninja for like 6 hours, just like swiping fruit and shit. It was so cool,
Oh,
man. Yeah. No, but I
okay.
mean, it's a good game, and it's a game where it's not so much violence as it is reactionary sport. In other words, you have to you're honing your skills of reaction. Your muscle memory and things like that. It's not like a shoot 'em up game.
Right.
But but Fruit Ninja really took off. A lot of people will play like the shoot 'em up games, Call of Duties and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I don't. I used to play like Grand Theft Auto back in the day and stuff like that. But I don't. I'm not a gamer. I don't get into games because I take them too literal. I'm so competitive that if I
Mm.
lose, I'll get pissed. Like I take it
Oh,
personal. You know what I'm trying to
I
say?
used to get pretty grumpy too. Yeah, so I know what you
Yeah.
mean.
Because if you're going to take it literal, don't play it. It's going to play off your emotions, your confidence. A lot of people can play games and lose, or play in life and lose, and let it roll off. Hey, whatever it is, it's a hit and miss. But there are some people in life that take things personal, failure personal. So I don't like to fail. So that's why I walked away from video games because dude, I'd get so pissed. I'd be like, fuck, shit. Like I'd get so mad. I'm like, not at people. I wasn't online with a headset. Just like me, myself, my performance. I would be upset at my performance in the game. But,
Yeah, that would
but
happen a lot to me as well. I'd just get mad just from the the
Yeah.
frustration of it. I'd be like
Yeah.
loud and annoying, so I wouldn't be like mean to people, but it would definitely be unpleasant to people nearby.
But the one thing is that if you're hyper focused, and if you're hyper focused and you have an active mind, a game is a program, and it's going to be replaying the same thing over and over. And if you can see the patterns in the game, you can beat it. Like you can
Hmm.
beat the game.
I wish that worked for the Panelverse.
Yeah.
Because I see
Well,
the
I
patterns. I still ain't beat it.
Mhm. Yeah. It's amazing. It's like the people that have beaten like, Donkey Kong or Pac-Man. The
I beat
reason why
Donkey Kong
the
at 2
reason why they
levels.
beat it, they can see what's going to happen before it happens because they recognize the pattern and what's happening. And
Oh,
they can,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, they can
That is one
anticipate.
way. Yeah, that is one way that you beat them.
Mhm.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
they all have a pattern.
it's
The
just like
timing, you
puzzle.
get the timing.
The timing right. I told you, I look at a puzzle, like a crossword puzzle. I can literally see all the words. I don't know how I can do it. It's like the Waldo thing, right? I can find him like within seconds. Like I don't know what it is about, if you want to call it neurodivergence, what do you want to say? But I can see things, and it's
Been
almost like
telling
you're
you you're
looking.
one of us.
Yeah, you're looking in 3D. You're looking in 3D. You can see things that other people can't see because they don't have that brain that moves at a certain speed. And that's what it is. But it's great. And my my kids don't have it. They don't have it. So they're always like making fun of me and stuff. But they don't have it. Yeah.
How do you know when something's Dunning Kruger when it's not? Like how does somebody in the Dunning Kruger trough know that is there a way to tell when you are in that Dunning
Well, Jeff,
Kruger
there is
zone?
actually the most common symptom of the Dunning-Kruger effect is diagnosing other people with the Dunning-Kruger effect. I've seen it many times.
Mm.
You know what?
But
I tell you
sometimes
what.
it's obvious. Like sometimes it really is apparent that
But
somebody
is it?
has reached the Dunning Kruger limit.
But let me ask you this: is what we have a bit of psychic? Do you think?
Psychic in
Like
what way?
that we can read people instantly?
I don't know if that's psychic more, so much as, like you said, just pattern recognition,
Mhm.
pattern matching.
When I worked for the city, Jeff, I'm going to tell you this: when I worked for the city, I could tell who was bad and who was good just by their patterns, just by the way they spoke, just by the way they walked. Like you can pick up on these things from people. And I think that's the definition of neurodivergence. You read people off of like you said, off of their patterns.
I've had intuition. I get these flashes of intuition instantly with some people I meet, and sometimes they're right, but then sometimes they're completely wrong. So I never know. Like I can't fully 100% go by them every time
Mhm.
because it's not a consistent track record of accuracy.
It's funny because it's like I would have dreams, as you say, like premonition or intuition, premonition, intuition, or kismet, or like things like you dream about something. You just dream about some random something, right? And then all of a sudden it happens to you a couple weeks later, and it's scary. It's a scary thing because you're dreaming of the future. So are we drifting between reality or the matrix, or like I said, I'm not trying to be weirdo. I'm saying, but think about this. Do all of us have these gifts that we just need to tap into? Like we have all these gifts, that we can um, better ourselves. And it's almost like ourselves warning us of something imperiling happening. Like a couple of them was like something bad, and it's a dream. And then it happens like a month later. It's like, what the hell? Like, what is this? And it's verbatim, Jeff, verbatim. Exactly what you
I've
dreamed about.
I've had situations where I can see instantly exactly how it's going to play out, and then it
Yeah.
Yep.
plays out exactly like my intuition or my perception or my pattern recognition told me it
So
would.
maybe, so maybe, Jeff, because our brains work on a different level, maybe we do have that touch of that, that outer reality, like we know you want to call it psychic, whatever you want to call it. But I believe that everybody has it, but everybody can't tap into it. And so I think that we have so much more potential. Us as humans have so much more potential than we give ourselves credit for. But a lot of people are very dumbed down, and I think that we don't realize what we're capable of. And that's a positive statement. That's not a negative. We're capable of so much more, but we don't know that we are. They dumb us down to keep us controlled. That's
Who's
what I
they?
believe. They,
I
as
don't.
in,
I don't feel dumbed down. If I'm dumbed down at
no,
all, it's because I'm dumbing myself down.
they dumb us down because they make us in fear. That's why they try to, the asses are masses. They try to keep you,
Who? Who
well,
has you scared? What are you scared of?
of nothing. I'm scared
No.
of nothing. But the normal person will be scared of getting locked up or going to jail or being broke or
That seems like a healthy
people.
fear.
Yeah, but they downtrodden themselves into not thinking that they can achieve anything they want. Anybody can achieve anything if they put their mind to it. I'm trying to
Mm,
give you my best Tony Robbins speech. It's just
I think.
I
I think they can achieve anything within their ability range that they put their
yes,
mind to. Because
that's true.
there's realistic goals and
Mhm.
unrealistic
That's
goals.
true. That is true. And you know what? It sucks to say this. It really does suck to say this, but some people are born smarter than others. They are. It's the gene
In
pool.
some area, in some domain, like
Yeah.
I'm
It's a,
smarter than a lot of people in a lot of areas, but I'm
it's a,
functionally retarded in other areas.
it's a
People are
gene pool.
way ahead of the curve than I am when it comes to other things.
When I went through training, dude, I blew through it like a freaking wrecking ball. They're like, "Oh my God, this guy is fucking amazing." But then other aspects of my life, I fail at. So it's like you're good at one thing, but then you fail at something else.
Yeah,
You know.
it's finding the what you're good at and playing to your strength. Like Joe said, find the one or two things you do really well, and
Mhm.
then invest in those, fortify that, build on that.
Yeah. Mine was communication and interrogation. That was what I was good at because I do leading questions and I come in really soft and then I get harder as in verbiage wise and get Jeff stop and then go back and then I go up, I go back. It's the circle. It's the circle troll. It's your even when you're interrogating somebody, you're trolling them. You're getting information out of them. You're getting them to speak when they don't want to speak, and you're pulling back and you're playing cutesy face. Then you go
Have
in.
you tried like doing an interview channel where you have guests?
No, but I've been interviewed many times and I took them in circles. It was funny as shit.
Uh,
It's
that does
funny,
seem kind of like
man.
a troll.
Yeah, it's funny. No, but the bottom line is that, we're all human beings and this is going to sound weird, but I don't care about saying it. I mean, I love you guys. You guys, I come up here, I have a great conversation. I enjoy your company. And I consider you a YouTube friend. I do, both of you, you and Joe, Jeff and Joe. I mean,
YouTube
I consider
friends,
YouTube. Yeah, well, we're not.
whatever
We
that
never met in
means.
real life. If we met in real life, we'd be real life friends. But I'm saying,
Hmm.
we are YouTube friends, and it's funny because I've gone to other channels, and they try to get me to like talk bad about my other friends. I don't do it. No, he's a friend of mine. It is what it is. We're cool. Well, he did this and he said this and he did that. Well, that's on him, but he's a friend of mine. I don't see the one thing about me, Jeff and Joe, you can tell me they can't break me. They can't. I'm not breakable. So they can go in circles all they want to. It's just not, it is what it is. I get annoyed when people talk about personal things, children,
Yeah.
wife. That's off limits. That is off limits.
Maybe they
But
used ropes made of the same stuff that you're made of if you're not breakable, and that's how they were able to pull the rocks up. We
yeah.
now know how it was done.
Mhm.
Someone get
So,
leggy.
Joe, what they do, I'm going to teach you the
Hmm.
ultimate trolling weapon of what they do. They will listen to you talk, but
Hmm.
in the bushes, they'll come up on panel and not be confrontational with you. They'll pick up on what's most important to you in your life,
Hmm.
and then they'll wait and they'll fester and then they'll attack you on what's most important to you. And
I've
those are,
just accepted that getting trolled is part of this,
but those
part
are
of this,
very,
part of the job, part of the territory.
those are very miserable people. They're miserable because they
Yeah,
get,
probably, but there's no way to stop it. I don't think. I mean, I get trolled like Joe trolls me all the time. I get trolled
yes.
by people in my own community.
Joe, Joe, look at me.
But
I'm not
I mean,
fat.
I've trolled a few other people here and there too.
And so I said one time I'm a taller guy and, I'm in shape and, I do work out in judo. And then they take those things and they just go after you on it. He's not 6'3", he's 5'7". Dude, I'm 6'3".
Oh, they make stuff. They make shit up all the time. I don't know why they do
Dude,
that.
they took a picture of me from 5 years ago at an old employer and they shrunk me down to like a midget. It was what is this? But for someone to take the time to do that, they have an unhealthy obsession. And Jeff
Yeah, I
talks
don't.
about,
That's the kind of people I don't fool with. Like I don't.
yeah,
I'm looking for. It helps me filter out
but those are the
and
people,
find the
Jeff, that
people
come
I'm
up.
actually looking for.
But Jeff, those people that come up and act like they're your friends, but they're the ones doing it. So you have to be careful with that. They try to wiggle in. They try to
Yeah,
get inside.
that's what I can't always detect. If somebody has an agenda to deceive me or fuck with me or manipulate me, I'm it, they have a good chance of succeeding because
I'm
I
gonna say this.
usually take people at their word.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna drop it. The last stream, I was pissed. I was pissed, not at you, but for people that were up there. But I let it go. I don't
Yeah, I
hold it
think there
against
was bad behavior on all sides, and I said as
them.
much on the
Yeah,
stream.
I was very angry because there are people that are to come on your panel, Jeff, and I'm not preaching to the choir. People come on your panel not to be cool with you, to try to branch out and steal your followers. That's what they're going to do because you've grown. Jeff, when I met you, you had 400 and something people. You're what, almost at 800 now? Within a
Yeah.
few months? Within a few months.
I don't know.
And I
That seems
hope
Jeff,
like silly to me.
I promise you, I will never steal your followers. If anything,
I mean,
you'll be very
we
aggressive,
can
leverage
share
buyout.
followers.
Okay?
We don't have to steal each other's. I
I
don't
have a
mind if
very,
people. I don't. I think sharing audiences helps to grow a community. I
it does.
encourage people to use each other's audience,
Jeff,
and that
Jeff,
way it grows everybody's channel.
when all is said and done, I will not be stealing them. You will be giving them over to me willingly. Just you wait.
Well,
I wanted
some
to
of them
go.
you could probably have. There's plenty of that used to show up here that I'm very relieved that other channels have kind of taken on for me.
Sure. But I went over to a lot of panels that I go to, and I was at Gen X Jeff. I mean, I promoted you, and you don't pay me anything, but I enjoy being up here, so I try to promote you. And then, dude, you hit 5, now you're closing on 8. I mean, you're rolling, and it's a collective effort. It's not all me, but I mean, it's a couple of us that come up and promote the channel, and other people come to watch it. So you
Well,
do
I
have to net.
appreciate it, Mike. Yeah, I'm trying to. please help promote. I'm trying to get everyone to do that. I think
But you
the more numbers I have, the more
Mhm.
like more active people I'm looking for people that want to do shit. So the bigger numerical base I have, the higher my odds of being to able to recruit more and more people that want to build things
Definitely.
and take this beyond just a content channel.
Definitely. And like I said, the other night, I hung in there for you, man. Dude, I'm not,
And you
I'm
didn't
not
have
saying,
you honestly didn't have to. I thought what you were saying at the end was very worth hearing,
Mhm.
and I didn't appreciate it being hijacked and interrupted like it was.
It's okay, man. Listen,
And that's
networking
on me.
it's all right. It's all right. Like I said, I emailed you. I talked to you an email. I'll email you again. But no, it's all right. I'm not mad at you. I think that
Also, I don't always know who to have on the panel
yeah,
at the same time until I see it happen. So now I know just not to have like you with certain people on the panel.
you can do. I can go on panel with anybody as long as they're not being disrespectful, being outlandishly disrespectful. I mean, I'm talking about we're having a relevant conversation. You have somebody chiming in and
Yeah.
laughing, and like derailing what we're talking about. And then you have the other guy, I agree. I'm like, okay, all right. Yeah. But I'm just, you know, So what they do is, Jeff, this is what they do. What they do, it's called the two-step, right? So what trolls do, if you have a very strong personality, I'm just going to give you a quick heads up. I've been this for 3 years now. You have a really strong personality. They can't take you head on. They can't. It has to be two people, and they 1-2-step you. Boom, 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 boom.
Like on the
Both,
same panel, or like
yeah, on the same panel.
coordinating behind the scenes?
Yeah, no, on the panel they try to 1-2-step you. They both try to irritate you, like it's two people trying to irritate you to get you out of your character. And I didn't. I didn't lose character. And it's like
Like what does that mean, to spurg out and have a reaction?
to make you flip out, flip out.
Yeah, sometimes that works.
And it doesn't work with me. And then when you confronted one person about their explosion, they tried to blame it on me. And I had nothing to do with it, because what he was doing is he was trying to get me to flip out on him. I could see it a mile away. It's not.
Oh, so they didn't actually believe that you were connected to. They were throwing that in there as a tactic to get a reaction. See, I don't. That's so over my head. I don't know when people are doing that shit and when they're just naturally being themselves.
Okay, so you'll have one person come in, and then they're texting or emailing the other person to come in. So they have to do the 1-2, right? So when I said, you people are crazy, and he goes, oh, was that racist?
But I don't think that was coordinated last night. I think that happened as they were on the panel together. I don't think it was set up ahead of time. I think they just started to play off of each other in the moment.
They have never been on panel together, ever.
Yeah, they have.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it. You know, and I don't watch.
They've been on my stream together plenty of times.
When I said I was never on his panel, I was messing with him. I was joking around because I was there one time.
But every time you do that, it just blows up in your face.
No, I'm waiting for him to show how. Pull it up. I'm making him work. Pull it up, and what I'm trying to say is that this is how invested they are. Who cares? Who cares if I was on your panel one time a year and a half ago?
I think people just like try to bust you in lies for some reason.
What am I lying about?
About being on the panel.
Okay, I don't remember. Do you remember everything from a year and a half ago? So Jeff, if I said to you, what did you buy from this?
No, but I usually remember what panels I go on. But you probably go on way more panels. I don't go on a lot of panels. So it's easy for me to remember which ones I'm on.
I was messing with him. I wanted to make him work and pull it up.
So so there were no innocent victims. You were all instigating and poking and trolling each other.
But I went on his panel one time, and it was complete crap show. It was women fighting, him being a dick, and I'm like, all right, man, we'll see you later. And that was like over a year ago. And I'm like, all right, see you later. Like, I don't want to be a part of this panel. And that was it. That was all. I thought the guy was a good guy, and I was wrong. The guy is an a-hole. Like, look how he acted.
But everybody knows that. I mean, he's very open about that. Nobody thinks different. We know what we're getting with him.
That's cool, and he can enjoy what his content. He can enjoy that. I just don't want to be a part of that kind of content. I don't mind.
I respect that.
Yeah, I don't mind light trolling. I don't mind going back and forth and having a funny conversation, joking around. If I say, Joe, you know, you're vaping over there, man. Are you hooked on it? You know, Joe, your headphones look like crap. I'm not saying they do, Joe. I'm just saying, but like if we are trolling lightly, just going back and forth, you know, and not talking about family and stuff like that, there's nothing wrong with that. That's just ribbing somebody.
So Nietzsche book club for you?
These people, they go so low, it's ridiculous. And I had a really heartfelt moment where me and you were talking about something very heartfelt, and then this person's just chiming in to begin an asshole.
Yeah, I called him when it happened. I didn't appreciate it at all. I told him to stop.
And then you got Hank. You know, Jeff.
Well, Hank's just confused. He's in his own little world right now.
Spurging is a disrespectful term, but yeah, Hank flips out. He just flips out of nowhere.
Yeah,
he just flips out. I'm like, whoa.
That's what we do. Like, that's part of being on this spectrum.
Yeah, but the thing about me is the only reason I get upset or I raise my voice is when they're talking about like my family or my father or my mother or my passed away mother. Like that's when I get pissed off. That's family. You shouldn't
Yeah.
be. They shouldn't be talking about that online because
But they
they're not
do
on.
it because it pisses you
Right.
off. That's the reason. Like
It
you're
does. It does. But I also love the fact
these
that
are
it
people
shows.
that they don't like you.
Mhm.
They want to see you miserable in pain and suffering, and you give them all the tools they need to do that.
Mhm. Mhm. But Jeff, you're right. And as a counselor, you understand that the only power people have over you is the power you give them. But why? Someone asked me, I think, oh, was it you or somebody else? Why do you? Oh, it was Lawless. Eric Lawless said to me, Mike, why do you take this? Why do you put up with this? And I said, the biggest thing is because I can take it, and I want the world to see how shitty these people are. I want them to see how crappy these people are. And so hopefully I expose some of these
I
people.
don't
And
think the world cares. I don't think
well,
most of the world is even watching them.
a lot of them disappeared. They don't come back online anymore. A bunch of them. Some of them do, some of them don't. And one thing I've noticed is that I travel to maybe 5 or 6 panels, and they follow me to these. They follow me. It's the weirdest
You
thing I've
do have
ever
quite a
seen.
following, yes.
Yeah. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I can't figure it out. What's the allure of me? I'm just some normal guy.
You
I
can't
don't get
figure it
it.
out either.
Yeah.
Well, you're not
I
just a
don't
normal
get it.
guy, Mike. You're a playable character in a video game now.
Yeah. I wouldn't
Mm.
say you're just a normal guy, but I can't figure out the appeal of like constantly like having their whole life center around following you around to laugh at you. Other than it's not necessarily about you yourself. You're just kind of the figure that centers a community. It's about the bonding they get with each other during the activity.
Yes.
It's like when the game is on, they all watch the game together. So it's not necessarily you in particular. It's a chance for these people to continue to fortify their
Yeah.
bonds with you. That collective effervescence that Nathan was talking about the other day.
And Jeff, I think it's a couple things. If you don't mind me saying, I think it's a couple things. I think that when they abuse somebody that has a good personality, it eases their personal pain. It eases their personal pain. They're pushing their pain off on someone else. And I also
Probably
think
so.
that
They do seem like pretty damaged people.
and I think that a lot of the people are sexually attracted to me. And I know that's a really weird thing to say, but
I've wondered that myself before.
yeah. And I also think that their mission is to break you like a horse. Like when you break a horse, if you ever worked on a farm or you break a horse, you break them down, right? Like you break them, like mentally and physically. They can't do it. And they can't figure out why. They've
Well,
tried for
to me, the
years.
best thing to do is just ignore them.
Yeah,
Like,
you
don't even
can.
give them the oxygen you're giving them now.
Or yeah, but I think a lot of it, this is my personal opinion. I think a lot of it is sexual. I think they think I'm a good looking guy, I'm a big guy, and I think that they like my personality and they're attracted to me. So attraction can be, I want to be like that person. I want to be with that person. But
Who knows? It's probably a little bit of all of that. Who knows?
but if I don't like somebody, like there are panels I've been on or people I've been dealt with that I don't like, I just don't go back. I just don't talk to them. I don't want anything to do with them. But they keep running and chasing me. It's like a guy running behind a
Well, they're
moving
not
car.
now. They're not in here. There's nobody in here doing
No,
that.
I'm not saying that, but around the internet, it's like that's the strangest obsession behavior I've ever seen. And Jeff, you know more than me, but it's like they get a fixation on somebody and they can't let go. Because in real life, and please, this is not threats. In real life, physically, they couldn't do anything to me. Mentally, they can't do anything to me.
Maybe so. We
So
talked about that the other day. The anonymity that this
yeah,
provides
so
for people to
I don't, I
let
don't
out
know
the
why.
impulses they wouldn't normally let out in real
Yes,
life.
dude. If they stood in front of me in person, they'd piss their pants. They would. They'd piss their pants because they're all talk on a keyboard. But that's okay. They can do that. They can do whatever they want. But when you're talking about my family, and making sock accounts about my children and
Well,
grandkids.
no, that's not happening
No,
here. So
I'm saying they.
yeah.
Um,
Well, I know we know all
well,
this though. We've talked
yeah,
about it many times.
I'll flip it. I'll flip it. But it's just like I said, Jeff. I think that you point out a lot of good things where there's a lot of mental illness on a lot of these panels. I think there is,
I
And
think yes. I think YouTube draws um, a lot of unhealthier people.
I think it
yeah.
all makes
So
sense now. I get it. I get it. The pyramids and the mic trolls are all connected. And they always have been.
so let me, Joe. So do the pyramids summon? So with the pyramids with the gold on top, do they summon the Mike trolls from space? Do they come flying down in UFOs?
No, what I think that it happened is it like it created like these four-way slides for them all to come down and
Mhm.
just arrive on the planet. That's what it was.
But Joe, what would make a civilization want to create a pyramid? Because usually it's going to be a square structure, right? It's going to be a square structure where people live in. Why a pyramid? Isn't that kind of strange? If you think about it, like why that circumference? Like why a pyramid?
Well, I
And
was
why
asking
is
that
it?
before because the Romans made the Colosseum, which is a big cylinder. So why did the
Mhm.
Romans make cylinders and the Egyptians made
Well,
pyramids?
isn't it like the sense of hierarchy and reaching the heavens and divinity?
And why is a pyramid on the dollar bill? And why does it represent the eye? The eye,
Mm-hmm.
which is what? The eye is the Freemasonry, right? The eye,
Mm-hmm.
Illuminati. So why is a pyramid on the dollar bill? And the dollar bill has never been Egyptian. So what the heck is that about?
Well, it's called a pyramid, right? So the eye lets them peer at mids who are mildly attractive
Mm,
women. That's what it is. So
mm,
that
What how
that
dollars?
that's
Your
it's
dollars
in
are
the name.
spying on you.
Well, only if you're a mid, right? So if you're a dude, you're not a moderately attractive chick. That dollar's not looking at you. It's just there to look at the
mm.
women.
Yeah, it's funny because one of okay, I'll be very subjective what I say. One of my best friends, he's very high up in Freemasonry. He is. He's very
Mm-hmm.
high up. I mean, he's my age, so he's been in it for 30 years. And there's a lot of secrets in that society. There is. There's a lot of secrets. And they have the most beautiful lodges. And the Scottish Rite is the best because it's all marble and stuff like that. But like Freemasonry apparently was the precursor to Illuminati. I'm not exactly sure all that stuff, but when I
Oh,
asked
they
him
do have
questions,
nice lodges. This is beautiful.
yeah, they're
Wow, it
beautiful.
looks like a
Amazing.
Vegas casino.
Yeah. I was in the Scottish Rite in Portsmouth, Virginia, and dude, it's
Look at
freaking. It
this.
looks like a museum. It's like a
Yeah,
museum, and
look at
yeah.
this. Wow, makes me look. Wow, makes me want to join. You have to have a belief in a higher being or supreme being
Well,
to
he
join.
Jeff,
kept
do you
saying,
like it because you like the symbolism, like in the satanic stuff?
No, I
well,
just think it looks cool.
he kept.
This is aesthetically just very pleasing to me.
So he
Look
said
at
to
this
me,
auditorium. This
I
is in
want you to,
Texas,
yeah. So
and they have
to
one
be a
like this.
mason, to be a mason,
Wow.
you have to be recruited by a mason. A mason has to basically. It's kind of like you know somebody at work, and they're going to get you the job, right? So to go into masonry, you have to be um, sponsored by another mason to become a mason. And he said to me, he goes, you have to denounce Christianity. That's what he told me. And I'm like,
No,
no.
it says that you have to. I read it the other day because I was looking into it. You have to believe in the existence of a supreme being. It doesn't matter which one. So they accept Christianity.
He said to me, you have to start over. You have to like denounce. You have to denounce and then
Well,
be.
he might
They
have been
call
misinforming you.
it being reborn. Like they put you in the basement and you have to be reborn. You have to admit all your sins.
Lord.
Dude, it's a weird society. It's weird. But they are wealthy, they're successful, they help each other out. I mean, they're really solid business people. It's more like a business than anything else. It's a business structure, I think. The masonry is a business structure because a lot of them are business owners. It's not like some dude from down the street. I'm gonna be a mason. No, it's
Speaking
like
of not laws, where's my job?
yeah, yeah. It's a wild thing, man. But Yeah, he talked a little bit to me about it, but he can't say too much. But he's been in it for, I mean, shit, 30 years. That's a long time. He's up there. He's up there. He's really high up, and I'll never say his name, but he's up there.
Like a pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they travel. They go all around the country. They travel to other lodges and they speak and they meet people. And
Do they have any? Somebody should make a movie about May. Do they have a Mason movie? Not a
um,
documentary, like a fictional,
well,
like
I think
comedy or
what is it? Was it
little action movie about Freemasons. They don't show up in
Angels,
media a lot.
Angels
I
and
just noticed
Demons?
the title of the stream. Did you change it to Rock Lobster?
Yeah, somebody
Rock
in the chat
Lobster.
suggested it,
I did. I
and
did. I
now I
put
feel
Rock
bad.
Lobster.
I really feel bad about Leggy. I do. I have a low frustration tolerance with stupidity, and it got activated today, and I can tend to go really hard
Yeah,
on people that are just being innocently kind of dumb, and I feel
mhm.
bad. I feel like a bully.
It's all right.
And I don't think
Um,
Leggy was doing anything wrong. I think he was trying to bring an interesting conversation, and my logic, autism brain kicked in, and I think I was way harder on him than I needed to be.
oh, hey, listen. I'm
It,
sure he's
he
listening.
didn't he didn't deserve what I had for him.
Yeah, I'm sure
But
it'll. I'm sure.
that's what stupid people activated me. Me and Notlaws were finding out earlier in the Discord. Same reason.
I'm
Just
sure
it
it'll
just
roll off.
brings it out. It, like retardedness brings that out of me, and I
Yeah,
gotta own that.
it's all good. Leggy's resilient. It'll be fine
Yeah, I
tomorrow.
hope I think we're good, Leggy.
Well,
I apologize again. It's not, we were talking about that yesterday about apologies. But
yeah.
when I really do feel bad about something and that I feel like I caused that was unnecessary, I am motivated to apologize for it.
Well, you apologized to me
And I
earlier
tell you
about.
what, this is the solution part. If Leggy, if you're on here and it happens again, remind me of today. Say you're doing that thing you did the day we talked about the pyramids. And then maybe that'll make the light bulb go off and I'll say, okay, yeah, let me stop.
The one thing I judge people on is redemption, and I think that we've always, all of us have gotten to conversations or arguments, but if you're man enough or woman enough, if it's women or men, to just come up and say, you know what, my bad, I'm sorry about that. I mean, an apology means a lot because you're learning from your own behaviors and their behaviors. But Jeff, I applaud you for apologizing because
I
literally,
stand by every single thing I said, but I
Yeah, but Jeff,
just think I could
Jeff,
have said I didn't have to do it in a like extreme way.
yeah,
Like
but Jeff,
as
you were
forcefully as I did.
exactly. You were talking to Leggy like he's not Laws, and I think that
Yeah,
just isn't
not laws.
fair.
See, I don't apologize. You didn't hear me apologize to not laws. Not laws earned every bit of that. Leggy, I think, did not.
it's all good. Listen, Jeff. Water under the bridge. I'm sure you and Leggy will be fine tomorrow. It's fine. Sometimes people have to take a night off and just like step away.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all it is. It's all good. It's all good. He'll come back with his crazy accent, throwing lobsters at you. It'll be fine.
Well, I
You
look
know.
forward to it.
Yeah, it'll be fine. And Joe the undercover troll. See, Joe tries to
He's
act
not
like
that undercover to me. He's very obvious. It's very obvious to me when he's one of the few people that I can tell when they're trolling.
Joe tries to act like he's all sweet and cool and gives you financial advice, and he comes and he
Mhm.
stabs you in the back. And you
He doesn't
bastard,
give financial advice.
I love it. I love it. I love it, dude.
I
It's great.
I am sweet and cool. I'm so nice to people. Just ask Zephyr. I say so many nice things to her.
Joe, don't go changing. I'm telling you, man. Just keep going, man. It's funny.
See, Jeff,
No,
you said you wanted to see the real Joe. I'm just saying,
it's
you
fine.
got what you
You
wanted, but you
weren't.
lost what you had.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I like that I'm seeing more of the real Joe.
Joe, you were so
I've always
lethargic.
been a
Poker Face
jokester.
Joe is my least favorite Joe.
Hold on. Joe, you were so lethargic and so boring for a while, and all of a sudden, oh, hear me out. You're like, financial advice. And all of a sudden, boom, here comes fucking Troll Joe out of nowhere. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like, out of nowhere, I'm like, holy crap, it's like a different person. It was great. It was awesome. It was the reveal, the Joe reveal.
The
It was
Rouville.
great.
Well, I try to use my trolling for good instead of evil.
I don't,
So,
Joe. I mean,
I guess that part I haven't figured out yet.
no, man, I don't know.
well,
You,
I can identify it. I can't always tell the moral purpose behind it.
yeah, Joe, you might be Jeff Satan Handler. I don't know, man. I can't figure it out yet. I can't get a read on you, Joe. Joe, you're very confusing. I can tell you that.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
to try to read.
Grayson, he's not insulting me, Grayson. He's right. I am at times very boring, very bland. That's just part of how I am.
It's the poker. That's just the poker face, Joe. Though. What outside of that, I wouldn't say you're any of
That's
that.
what I'm trying to say. It's not an insult. Like you lull them to sleep and then you come out and out of nowhere. It's funny.
Mhm.
It's a good troll. I love it. I love the way that you troll a certain way. You know, it's good. I don't do that. See, I'm always on stage. You know, I take
You're a
people in
Leo.
circles. Yeah,
Mhm.
but Joe does. He'll lull them to sleep and then he'll come out of nowhere and just like boom, like out of nowhere. So it's a different way to do it. That's all, and it's no disrespect.
Sometimes I miss being a Starbucks barista because I would do a similar approach. I'd be very chill, like even when things were stressful, and then I would do
Yeah.
things to troll our customers. Like there was this one chick who would come in a lot. Her name was Haley, and she ordered her drink. And if you've ordered Starbucks or really anywhere, they'll be like, "Do you want your receipt?" So I asked her that. She's like, "No," and I said, "Do you want a free origami kit?" And she said, "Yeah." And so I printed the receipt out and I handed it to her.
Hmm.
What was her reaction?
She laughed, and then
Oh.
when she because her sister also worked there. That's why I think that's part of why she came a lot. When she was like sitting with her sister, she like took the receipt and she like folded it into like a little cup, and then she took like
Hmm.
the tip of her straw. She like broke it off and put it in the cup.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You know, I tell you one thing. I tell you one thing. One of my favorite things in the world. I'm telling you, I've ate food all over the place. That freaking sausage, egg and cheese
The
muffin
sandwich?
from Starbucks is from God Himself.
Are you know it's frozen, right? They just pop it in the microwave.
Dude,
It's like
it
you
is,
get it from the Schwann's, man.
the Mediterranean veggie sandwich they have is also pretty good.
it is so good. I would
Yeah.
get, if I wanted to be a little fat boy in the morning, I would get 2 of them because they were only $3 like back in the day. They're like $3. There's $6. You got 2 fucking big ass sandwiches, and I'm just just tearing them up.
So
And,
you know what I did, Mike? I did
Yeah.
something. I did something like because I like the food too, but I didn't want to pay for it. When I used to hang out at Starbucks a lot, I don't go there anymore. But for like about a year after I stopped working like a normal job, and I'd be like sometimes doing my work at Starbucks, I would watch the mobile order bar, and I would look at things that had been there too long. Then any food that had been out there more than an hour, I knew they weren't going to get it. So, and the labels are time steps. I would just take it, and I got so much free food doing that. I probably
Oh,
got
yeah.
like several weeks worth of free food in the time that I was there.
Then you take
it
it,
was
you
wonderful.
freeze it. That way it lasts. You put it in the freezer. My
Sometimes I would take it home. Yeah.
Yeah, a good friend of mine was a manager for McDonald's, and then they would have like the food that they were going to discard because it's past the time, and they would freeze it, and they would put it in these green bags. I don't know what it was, and she'd put it in the freezer, and she'd have food for like weeks. Yeah, so you're right. Yeah, so you can take the discarded food. It's still good. It's nothing wrong with it. And it's just they can't. What the FDA? I think it's the FDA thing that you can't serve it past a certain time. But I could never drink Starbucks coffee. It always messed my stomach up. I always
McDonald's
had
is so much better.
oh my God, McCafe.
That's like one of the fries and the coffee. They really know how to. They really do that right.
Jeff, the best coffee ever is Dunkin' Donuts. If
I
get
hear
like,
that. I hear people say that. I don't think
Oh.
I've ever had a Dunkin' coffee.
So Jeff,
get
here's what you
Dunkin'.
do. Here's what you do. You install the Dunkin' app. I know you don't like the apps, but you get 2 weeks of free medium-sized beverages every single day if you just order 1 donut. So you get a
I don't eat
donut for like
donuts. Though, do they have fries or anything? Not donut.
No. A Dunkin' Donuts will have they'll have breakfast sandwiches, and then they're good. Yo, they have a
Oh,
bacon,
okay.
egg, and cheese croissant. They have a bacon.
I guess I
Yo,
could
it
do
is
that.
fire, man.
You know, Jeff, I
Yeah.
think you telling me, "Oh, I don't eat donuts," is the most upsetting thing you told me
No,
in the
I
whole
don't
time
eat
I've been on the
sweet. I
phone.
hate sugar. I hate the taste of sugar. I don't eat sweets.
Mm.
Especially donut. Oh my god, it's like pure sugar, like in your mouth.
Exactly.
Ugh.
Jeff, have you ever had you ever had a
No, you
Krispy
can have
Kreme?
all my donuts.
Jeff, you ever had a fresh glazed Krispy Kreme that just came out the oven?
I've had them before, but I don't like them. I hate that glaze. I hate donut glaze.
Dude, there's something,
They
Jeff.
used to
There's
have the
something.
donut holes growing up, which I could tolerate, especially like the cinnamon ones without the glaze on them were tolerable.
Mm. The cinnamon sugar ones, from Dunkin' Donuts, the little poppers, the little small ones. What were they called? Munchkins. Munchkins. They were called Munchkins. You get a box of the little circle ones from Dunkin' Donuts. It'd be the chocolate glazed, the regular glaze, and then the cinnamon sugar. And they come in a little box. Oh my God, they were so.
I'm throwing up in my mouth right now just thinking about that
You
glaze.
just pop them.
Ugh.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. One of the best things I ever had in my life was fresh Krispy Kreme glazed donuts. When they just came out the oven, they're still hot.
Oh, those
And
are great. Mm.
oh my God, it's like heaven. It's like heaven, bro.
Yeah. Jeff, is your sensitivity to food, because I've noticed that's a thing with you, is that a Spurg thing, or is that you just used to the Cajun delicacy?
It can be. I was a very picky eater growing up. It can be, but I don't think I'm that sensitive to food.
So with
I
me,
just don't
Jeff,
like sugar. I don't like the taste of sugar.
you touched on cinnamon. So we are really big in cinnamon in the house. Like if I make French toast, it's got to have a lot of cinnamon on it. I make cinnamon toast. I do butter and cinnamon on the toast. I'm a
That
big
sounds good.
cinnamon guy. Oh my God, it's so good. Cinnamon is, and then my father, he would put cinnamon in his soup. I don't know why, but he would just put it in his because he just. But we're like cinnamon people. We love, dude, and we would get. So we had the grater, right? And we would go and we would get the sticks, the
Oh, I
cinnamon
love the
sticks,
sticks. I used to eat
and you,
the
and you
sticks.
just and you grate them into your food. Oh my God, nothing like it. Nothing like it.
No, I like my tea very lemony. I don't drink a
Yes.
lot of tea, but I like it lemon, lots of lemon, but no sugar. And I drink my
Because
coffee black.
what I would do is when I would order Domino's and I'd get those Cinnasticks, there'd usually be like a lot of cinnamon left over in the box, and I would like gather it all up and then use it to make cinnamon toast later on.
You guys remember the French toast sticks from Burger King with the maple syrup dip?
No.
I think I remember those being promoted, but I don't think I ever had those.
Oh, they were fucking fire. It's
I
Oh,
like-
never
I didn't
had
know
that
they took
McDonald's
McRib
Szechuan sauce
away. Is
either.
that the one they bring back like every? It's
yeah,
like
they bring it
seasonal.
back. Yeah.
I hated the McRibs because it's that you could tell it looks like press wood.
Right. No,
It's fake meat, but I love the pickles.
yeah. McRib is a pressed meat sandwich. It's like plywood. It's like when you get plywood and it's all pushed together, and it's
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
what it looked like to me.
yeah.
It didn't even. It was fake meat, like in the fake shape of a
So
patty.
when I used to eat pork, my son would beg me to make ribs, and I'd put them on the smoker. We would make ribs, big old pork rack. We'd use baby back ribs. We use Baby Ray's seasoning, but like real ribs, like pork, is just delicious, man. It's
I hate
so
eating
good.
ribs. I can never figure out how to eat them.
No, if you cook them a certain way, so if you wrap them a certain way, you wrap them in the tinfoil, and you put them on there, and you put water on top, and you let them smoke slow. When you take them out, it just falls off, and you can shred it. There's no bone on it, so you can just eat it with a fork.
Oh, like eat it
Just-
with a fork. That's how I'd
yeah,
have
yeah,
to do
yeah,
it. I hate trying to eat
yeah.
them with my hands.
Yeah, I don't
Hey,
like.
Moose.
Dude,
Moose is here
Jeff,
to avenge Leggy.
Jeff,
Well-
I'm super bougie, Jeff. I hate getting
Here's
messy.
his chance.
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
Hey, Leggy, where are you?
Yo, what's
Where is
going
that?
on? What's going on?
Oh, it's a picture. I see.
He's about to go jump inside the water because you guys made him feel like he wanted to kill himself.
No, I think he's having connection issues.
Yeah, but Jeff, I hate
JK.
not
Jeff,
Jake-
aren't you having connection issues when you think about it?
I'm having connection issues with Leggy.
You
Hopefully he's
guys
here to
are.
fix that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so you were
Stuff.
talking about French toast sticks or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From Burger King.
So today I went into work early because I didn't know if the other guy was gonna go in, and so I opened up the deli and I started making pizzas, and I just made whatever pizzas I wanted, and then I started grabbing shit out of the fridge and the freezers and started putting them in the fryers and just started making whatever I wanted. So I had the French toast sticks in the pizza oven, and I had the fucking waffles with egg and cheese stuffed inside of it. I threw those in the fryer, and oh my god, dude, man, yeah, that's why I can't work in a like a restaurant because like I'll end up like 700 pounds.
How good?
Oh, you mean
But
that
no.
was all for you? I thought it was for the customers. You
It
were
was
making that
for the
all for
customers.
yourself?
No, it was
How
for the customers, but I
Oh,
ate a little bit.
But how good? How good when you go to McDonald's? How good is those McGriddle sandwiches? Those McGriddles, 2 pancakes with syrup inside with a freaking
Oh,
sausage.
bro,
that
I
sounds
made those
nasty.
this morning too. I made our ghetto version of the McGriddles, and dude,
Hmm.
I I I don't like them at all, but people love them, dude. They'll
I don't
pay
even know what it
seven
is. Let me
dollars
look
for
this up.
a McGriddle.
So
You
Jeff,
don't know what
Yeah.
it is?
Jeff, it's
It's
two
two
pancakes.
pancakes, man. It's got sausage and
Oh,
egg.
with
Oh,
sausage and cheese. Gross. That's ugh.
Oh, are you kidding me? And then the hack is to get them to put an egg on it, put a scrambled egg on it. It's like so it's egg, sausage, pancakes and inside the pancake, the McGriddle, they have syrup inside the pancake.
This is a McGriddle. If there's anybody else but me that's never seen one,
Mmm.
they stamp the M on it. I guess I need to learn all this if I'm gonna invest in McDonald's.
Dude, they're so good. They are so good. But you have to get the right McDonald's because sometimes the eggs are real dry. Sometimes they let the stuff sit out to the heat lamp too much. So when you ask for a special order, sometimes they'll make it for you fresh. But sometimes at McDonald's, they'll let the stuff sit out under the heat lamp and it's all shitty tasting.
They're supposed to like take it out after a certain amount of time. The heat lamp.
Yeah. So what
You're
I
not
do,
supposed to leave it out.
they don't. They don't. They
Y'all are
just
making me really want to work at a McDonald's now.
they leave it there. So I have a friend of mine,
Is
and
it us or is it Trump that made you want to work at
Well,
McDonald's?
Trump started it, but like these conversations help to reinforce it and keep
Excuse
that
me,
motivation going.
Joe, excuse me. This is the President Trump. Joe, don't talk about McDonald's, okay, Joe?
I
I'll
want to
send
hand
you.
I want to hand stuff out the window to customers like he did.
I know.
All I'm
And
saying is it's called McDonald's. It might as well just be called McTrumps. I mean,
Joe,
Zance,
let's
are
Joe,
you
just keep
hiring
letting the
here in
people know.
Washington State? I'm serious. I will go put an application.
Joe,
Um,
you're out of your league. You're out of your league, Joe.
I want to
Don't talk
work the
about.
fry station and I want to work the drive-through window. I'd be really
I
good
like
at
the
that.
part when he like poured the fries. He's like, look at that clean, never touched by human hands.
And
He
he kept
was
putting more salt on it.
he was amazed at how like immaculate the fries were essentially.
Trump is
Which I
amazing.
thought was
Trump is
interesting.
amazing. He's
Maybe
he's
Trump's a neat freak. I don't know.
he doesn't have germophobia, but he is a very cleanly person.
I
You can
think
tell
he's a
he's a very
showman.
cleanly person.
Mm.
Okay, he doesn't like
I
getting
don't know
dirty.
if it's worth moving all the way. Michigan doesn't sound any better than Washington State.
I don't
Cookies are
think
clean
I don't.
fries. Kamala
Yeah.
dropped her fries on the floor and put them in the bag anyway.
So when I used to when I worked in restoration, I actually had poop fall on me from a broken pipe. You know, I've when I worked in law enforcement, I've gotten blood on me, you know, from somebody. But I think Trump has never actually had to deal with those kinds of situations. He's always been a businessman, so he's always been very clean. You know, I remember having to throw away. I had a pair of shoes, right? I had a pair of nun bus shoes, nun bus. They're really nice shoes, and I stepped in poop water. You know, working as, you know, doing an estimate, this stuff coming down from pipes. I had to throw my shoes away. I'm not washing these fucking things. I'm not going to wear these things again. But I don't think Trump's ever gotten dirty, so to speak. You know, he plays golf and he plays tennis. I don't think he's ever been like in like manual labor. Is
Never
what I'm
had
trying to say.
poop fall on him.
Not never poop on. Dude, it was gross, bro. It was
Yeah,
gross.
it sounds. I imagine. I can't.
I had a
I can't
Tyvek
think of
on
a
it.
situation where that
Yeah,
would be pleasant.
yeah. But it was so I had a Tyvek on it. It was in a kitchen in a hotel, and the pipe broke in the ceiling, and we popped the ceiling out, and it just started running down. Yeah, that's what restoration techs do, man. You're there to clean it up and fix it, and you know that's what it is. That's why you get paid a lot of money. You know, shit, I was making really great money doing that. That's shit. That's
Well,
back
I wish
what
you could restore my mental equilibrium after hearing that
15,
story.
16 years ago. It was gross. Yeah, it was gross. But shout out to the plumbers, the welders, the restoration techs. All the people that work in the dirty sector.
They
as
might
in
not
like
even hire me. I'm so overqualified. That's one of my issues with getting and keeping a job in the first place.
yeah,
It's tough
dude, I
when you
was
I
have a
get
really
on
making
I
big
get on
dream job.
everybody's nerves because
Hmm.
I'm too good at the job.
dude, I was making $30 an hour freaking 15 years ago. But it's
Yeah, you make.
disgusting work. You have to work like really shitty situations. You have to and we did moisture control. So you have to crawl under someone's house in their crawl space, sometimes up in their
Oh, we used to
attic.
do that as kids for fun. We used to play under the
Yeah.
house. Hey, Idaho,
Well, this is
what's
with
up?
like mold and moisture issues. So you have to have like respirator on. You have to
Yeah,
have
there was
Tyvek's
probably all
on.
that under there.
Yeah.
I used to love playing under the house as a kid.
hmm Oh, Jeff, did I tell you this? The house I grew up in New York in Queens, we had a dumb waiter. You know what a dumb waiter is?
Oh, yeah, cool.
We
Did
had a
y'all
dumb
play on
waiter.
it?
Yeah, we would like it was with a rope. Like some dumb waiters have a motor. This is just the rope. So it was basically for people that were serving on the topper level that they would go like this. They put the food in and they would send it to the top because a lot of people didn't want to see the help.
Milk,
And then
Mike. That just looked like you were milking a cow. I'm not gonna
and then
lie.
we had a milk door. That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. We had a milk door. You know what a milk door is?
No.
Okay, so you have your back door. I grew up in a really large old house in New York.
That
The
was
milk
back in
door,
the day where like you had the milkman actually deliver milk
yes,
to
yeah,
your
you had a
house.
milk door. So this is your back door, and you have a door and a door, and in the middle is it's not refrigerated, but it's like metal lined, and they would put the milk and they'd close it, and then when you wanted it, you open it and pull it out. Yeah, so yeah, it was like a milk door. Yeah, it was cool growing up in a house built back then. It was a over 100-year-old house. It was neat. It
Old
was.
farmhouses, yeah, they're quite interesting.
Yeah, it was neat.
That is neat.
But the dumb waiter was so cool. Me and my friends, we'd send stuff up downstairs. It was funny. It was just cool, man. To have a milk
I
door,
did a
and then
little
have
bit of roofing in
a
my
dumb
20s.
waiter.
I had a friend that roofed, and I would go help him out sometimes, and then he'd give me a cut. I
Yeah,
don't know how
yeah,
useful I was, but
yeah, man. Well, you're on a team, so you can either be like the hauler, you could be like the person who's going to go up on the roof, or you can just be the person that's going to do the menial
I think I
tasks.
handed them the tiles or something.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't
You
remember doing much. I stood on the roof with them,
No, it's
and
good.
they
So
would
you were the
hammer, and I think I would hand them the tiles or lay the tile, and they'd hammer it or something like that. I didn't mess with tools. I'm pretty sure.
you were the gopher. So you were the gopher.
Maybe
You were
so.
the
Yeah, something like
so
that.
you were the apprentice. So you're basically the
Yeah,
apprentice.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's cool. Totally cool because you're learning the craft. If you want to go forward, you go forward. But even them that did all that up there, they started as an apprentice. So it's not. It's reciprocal. Like you have to start at the bottom level and go up.
Mike,
It happens.
Mike, I
Like
got a question for you. Would you ever consider, for the right amount of money, would you ever consider shaving your head short, not shaving it bald, but like a buzz cut, a crew cut, dyeing it blonde, right? And then your beard, right? Keeping it black and right in the middle, just below your lips there, do it blonde there too, have the jet black beard with the blonde right there. The old Big Papa Steiner, look from back in the day. Bigger Papa Pump,
um,
Who's
I
Boppa
would say
Steiner?
no.
Let's see.
Okay,
Rick
no.
Steiner? I mean, Scott Steiner?
Scott
Scott Steiner? Big
Scott
Papa
Steiner
Pump?
is
Oh, I don't even know this
Scott
guy.
Steiner? Yeah. Show
Scott
a
Steiner
picture
was
of.
famous,
This is what I want
famous
Mike
for
to do right here.
really big. It's funny because I'm actually a big guy, but it's all good. It's all good.
I'm just
No,
asking
Scott
a
I
Steiner.
can't
question.
find a picture of him without that chainmail on his head.
Yeah, yeah. he wore that. That was when he was in WCW.
Dude,
But the
dude,
Steiner brothers, the Steiner brothers.
he was a fucking freak. That's what steroids would do to
So
you.
Scott Steiner and his brother Rick Steiner, they were both NCAA champion
They
wrestlers.
were. I mean, they were legit
Like
I
badasses in
like
the
this look,
University of
actually. That's
Minnesota.
not a bad look.
There
yeah,
you go, Mike. I just want Mike to
no
do it
thing.
the opposite way, though. The opposite way.
I'm good. I'm
Black
good.
with the
Like have the
blonde in the
white
middle.
here and everything else
Yeah,
black.
yeah,
Who's that
yeah.
guy? He's a
With
guy
the
that I go
blonde hair.
online.
Well, Leggy, you could do yours.
No, no, fuck
I'm
man.
good. I'm good.
No, I'm
Yeah,
all
I
good.
did shingles. Yes, it was home, like people's homes. It wasn't anything commercial.
Yeah.
But it was fun being up on the roof all day.
Oh, for
We used to
Buff
climb. I used to
Bagwell.
climb
Yeah,
roofs as a kid.
yeah. Mike be Buff Bagwell. We'll
All
have
right.
a
Let's
Jeff on a pole match. You
let's take it
you
off.
remember that? Did you ever watch it? That was the most stupidest fucking match in WCW history. A Judy Bagwell on a pole match. That's like
The
what
greatest
the
match. The greatest match I've ever seen in wrestling. The greatest match I've ever seen was Bret Hart versus 1-2-3 Kid, which is X-Pac. That's the greatest match I've ever witnessed. Bret Hart versus the young X-Pac. You have to watch that match.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he was quite a
Yeah.
he was a good wrestler when he was younger. I mean, he still is.
Bret Hart,
I mean, but
yeah, but
but
Bret
I mean,
Hart is the best. Bret Hart is the best wrestler to ever wrestle. He is the absolute best. He is the
I
top
mean, if
best
you're
wrestler.
going as far as wrestling goes, I mean, there's different categories. I mean,
Yeah.
as far as one of the greatest champions, you got to go Bruno uh, uh, what's it, Sammartino, right? Is that how you say it?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Bruno,
you
yeah,
know
Sammartino.
Bruno.
That's the thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Sammartino. Yeah.
fucking longest reigning champion of all time. You know, uh, then as far as biggest draw, that probably would be a toss up between Hogan and Flair as far as biggest draw. You know what I mean? As far as just the name alone putting asses in seats. Workers, no doubt, the Hart boys, Bret and Owen Hart, probably two of the best workers. Shawn Michaels, he's a fucking hell of a worker. Stone Cold, as far as technique goes, is throwing punches and making it look real. Austin, The Rock, them guys. Uh, I mean, various different degrees of guys, big guys, probably Takers, probably one of the better big guys of all time. You know, Kevin Nash, he was good in his own right. So I mean, there's different categories as far as professional wrestling go that you could apply here. So
Sure,
it's a
sure.
very, I mean, you think about longevity. Probably Sting's had probably one of the longest, runs without any significant amount of injuries. I mean, the man's fucking 65 years old. And I think last year he had his last match at 64. Was it as
Mhm.
good as when he was 34? No. Was it very entertaining and very spectacular to see what a 63-year-old man is willing to put his body and can put his body through if he wants to? It was spectacular. It's just
Mhm.
like
I could-
talking about
yeah,
that, the Tyson. Can we all be in agreement? Anybody that watched this Tyson fight, that the real fight of the night was the women. That women
yeah.
fight of that was the real fight of the
Sorry,
night,
I missed it.
hands
Oh,
down.
it was one of the best fights you've ever seen in your life.
Dude, I
They
I
just
I, I I
fought
personally
out and
believe Amanda
yeah.
Serrano won it. Fucking I mean, yeah, Katie Taylor head butted her, and then it split her open. And then she kept fucking, pounding in that one spot on the eye. But you think about it, Amanda Serrano, if I'm not mistaken, landed more punches than I think it was women than any woman's ever landed. I believe that was the record. I could be
Mhm.
wrong, but it's something to do with as far as punches thrown versus landed and shit. Like, dude, she
Well,
fucking
she headbutted her like 13 times, Leggy. Like 13
yeah,
times
dude.
in the
They
night.
even took a point from her and shit.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
said if they fight a third time, the only way that it would be in my mind as a boxing fan that it would be a decisive win and it's not a well we feel bad we just gave it to her type win is she's got to
Mhm.
knock fucking Katie Taylor the fuck out like hands down. I mean, you think about it, she went up, Amanda Serrano went up in weight to fight her, and she's a champion in her own weight class respectively, you know what I mean? So she went
Yeah,
up in weight class to fight Katie Taylor, and she took Katie Taylor to the fucking limits, not once but twice. So
great,
that's just my
great fight,
opinion
man.
on that.
I don't like. I'm not a big fan of seeing women fight. I mean, I'm just. It's just kind of like. But I mean, that was a hell of a fight, Jeff. You got to watch that fight, dude. It was fucking
I probably
crazy,
won't.
dude.
Uh,
Her eyelid was hanging off
Damn.
like
yeah,
this, and she's still fighting, like
that's what
still.
I'm saying. My wife was watching that dude, and
Yeah,
she got right into it watching it. She's like, "How is that woman still going?" She goes, "I would have
yeah,
gave up." She goes, "I would have thrown the towel in forever." As soon as she hit me, she goes, "I would have been done." She goes, "I would have been
yeah,
like, I quit." I go, "Well, that's the difference between you and a fucking warrior right there."
yeah. It was a hell of a fight, man. And they're saying that's going to be the. They're saying they, as in the boxing people, are saying that's going to be the fight of the year, of the
Yeah.
year.
It was last year too. I believe it was the last time they fought. Not last year, but a couple years ago.
Dude,
I believe that was.
it was ridiculous. Like it was like two pit bulls just fighting in the ring. It was crazy. And Katie Taylor, I think, is a dirty sob because she kept headbutting her because she knows that she was going to get beat. She was going to get beat in the fight. But she
I
should have
mean,
been
that's the only
disqualified
way. You got to knock her the fuck
after
out if they fight a third time. And
after
I
three
mean, I
after
really think the Logan Paul, I mean Jake Paul Tyson fight. I mean, let's face it, that was just more to the money maker for the fights. You know what
yeah,
I
of
mean?
course, yes.
It really was.
Well,
Like I was watching that very
Tyson,
first fight, that fucking dude
mhm,
from Venezuela, that YouTuber from Venezuela, fighting that dude, that Indian dude. That dude from India didn't even take it serious because he knew he was gonna he could win it hands down. Like I'm just
yeah,
thinking,
well,
like, what is this dude doing? He hasn't won any of his fights. He's like
mhm,
talking this shit that he eats, sleep, breathes boxing, but he, like, I'm like, dude, go back to fucking YouTube, and fucking go
yeah.
back to Venezuela or whatever. You're popular there. This ain't your sport, brother.
God, yeah, God
That
bless Mike
reminds me.
Tyson. He
That
made twenty
reminds me.
million dollars, so he's set now for the rest of his life. So God bless him. So
All right, so I was in the Air Force, right, talking about boxing, being out of your own fucking like skill level, right?
mhm.
So there was a, I mean, in there when I was in the Air Force, I was 185 pounds. I was I'm 6'3", 185 is what I weighed. You know, it was most I've ever weighed, and so not a super big guy, but I mean, I was pretty, I was fit. You know what I mean? So I got talking to this guy from Boston, big motherfucker. I mean, he curled 100-pound dumbbells, right? Me spouting off at the fucking mouth. I go, I could box you. I could last 5 rounds with you, hands down. I know I could, right? Talking that big shit. He goes, brother. He goes, I outweigh you by like almost 100 pounds. He goes, I curl. He goes, I shit out shit's bigger than you. Oh, I can do it, right? So he goes, all right. He goes, I got the gloves. He goes, we got the headgear. He goes, we'll put it on. He goes, we'll clear out the day room. We'll do it, right? So everybody comes in. Lesson learned. Uh, he was like, I'll let you hit me. I hit him. I hit him, all right. He goes, all right, my turn now. Little did I know, he boxed. He was a state champion in high school, in boxing. And he was before he joined the Air Force, he had a spot on the Junior Olympics fucking thing, and he was recruited to go into the U.S. the U.S. Air Force boxing program. So, yeah, I didn't know that at the time. Either way, I was out of my skill level. He hit me about 5 times, and I said I was done. I took my gloves off, walked out, and said, "I'm done. Lesson learned: never fight a bigger dude that knows what he's doing."
Yeah, it's
Lesson
funny because
learned.
it's if size doesn't matter. So me and you are the same height, Leggy. You're 6'3", I'm 6'3", and you're a little skinnier than me. But I'm right now about 210. But like when I was younger, I was about 235. So I was a bigger guy. But you're right. If someone is bigger than you and they land a shot on you with their weight, it can mess you up. People always
Well,
talk
I
about,
see.
oh,
I thought I would do all right, fucking as far as
yeah,
uh keeping him at bay with my reach, because I did have the reach on him, right? So I
yeah,
thought I'd do all right. That didn't mean nothing. He used his weight and he come right inside. And as he tried to
yeah,
come in, I tried to fence him off. He got right inside and he gave me them fucking jab shots to the fucking rib
yeah.
cage.
He
Holy
peekabooed
fuck.
you. He
Dude, that was
peekabooed. He
fucking.
came in under. Yeah, he
I
came
mean,
in
we
under and
promised no
peekabooed.
fucking face shots, so that was the only
Yeah.
good thing. We had the headgear on just in case it happened, but
Hmm.
we didn't get to that point. Once he said
We
he hit
tried.
me with them fucking. Oh fuck.
Yeah, we tried
Trust
not
me,
to
I know
strike.
when to shut the fuck up now. But it took
Yeah,
me a few years to learn it.
yeah, it happens. It happens. And, it's funny because people, some people will be bigger and they'll not be as strong, and some people will be smaller and be stronger than them. So it's a lot of physicality to fighting, and it's you really don't know. So like in other words, the whole point of what I'm trying to say is that don't ever take something for granted. If someone's small and you don't think that they can't beat you because they can.
Well,
My
I mean,
two
that's
my
the thing. I've seen smaller guys. It's just all about
yeah,
skill level and
my
and
two
and
friends.
skill. And when it comes to a skilled boxer, fuck that shit, man. You ain't fucking, and you're trying to have a boxing match with a fucking trained box. Which, as I said, I
Yeah,
didn't know any of that at the time. Like, I knew he boxed in high school, but I didn't know he was a state champion and shit like that.
yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Until
No doubt.
afterwards. And then afterwards, this was the time of like MySpace and shit. So he pulled out his phone and he was like, he goes, look, he goes, you didn't stand a chance for getting it. And then he started showing me. He goes, dude, he goes, I'm a
And then
champion. He goes, and showed me all
and
the
then
shit.
some
So I was like,
people,
all right.
it's funny because some people remember the punching machines where you have the bag that comes down and you punch it, for like 50 cents, and you get like the pressure rating, like, and I've
Yeah.
seen guys that were bigger than me that couldn't even hit half as powerful as me. So, like, just because you're big doesn't mean you can fight, doesn't mean that you can punch hard. Some people can punch really hard, some people can't. And that's when technique comes in. There have been amazing boxers. I'll give you an example, like Floyd Mayweather. He's not a knockout artist, but he's a defensive boxer and he can move, switch, turn, and he can keep tagging you and he wins. But he's not going to knock you out with one shot. But Tyson was a knockout artist. But it was really sad for me to see my idol Tyson, lose to some jerk off from
Well,
YouTube.
look. I mean, can
Yeah.
you even really consider that a fight? Because I mean, there
No,
wasn't.
it wasn't.
We need a check here. But Jeff, can you do a check on how many punches were thrown versus landed on the Tyson Paul fight, please? Uh, because I
Hey Jeff.
believe Tyson only landed max. I think he threw like maybe 20 punches max, maybe, and landed like 5 to 8.
Mhm.
And Paul fucking, I think he
Yeah.
threw maybe double what Tyson threw and
Jeff, I'll be
landed
back.
double.
I gotta take care of something. Gentlemen, I'll be back. I gotta take care of something.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I might
But
wrap
I
up soon
could,
too.
but I could be wrong. Could be wrong.
I
There
missed
we go.
part of the
30
story,
and
so.
landed 16.
You mean boxing is fake too? Don't tell
Well,
me that.
look. So there's certain things like that's for show. I feel that's just there to draw money. That's not really meant because it's like the McGregor Mayweather fight when that happened, right? They were had this wicked horrible beef, but yet they were traveling together, fucking doing promotional tours together, like all that shit up to the fight. So it's kind of like, well, I mean, I guess you could put shit aside for business. I mean, that's always plausible and probably the case, but there was a lot of people that said that fight should have turned out different. A lot of experts that said it. As far as the Tyson this one goes, It's hard to really say because at the end he was kind of showboating at the end, like go ahead, try to knock me the fuck out, swing at me. You know what I mean? The last 10 seconds. I mean, and if you look at the fight, Tyson was biting his glove a lot, fucking with his glove, biting his glove a lot, like it was a tick, like he was fucking like when he's pissed off and shit, and he's nervous and all that shit. That's like what he does. Like he did that a lot in his career in fights and shit. Like but he did it a lot during that fight. He just kept
So they
biting and
think it was
fucking with that
fake.
glove. I don't know if it was fake. I just think it was more like maybe a mutual understanding. Look, don't necessarily knock, try to knock. Look, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. It just seemed like it was I don't know. Just by the punches thrown. I give Tyson the credit because he did go all around for a 58-year-old man. He's in phenomenal shape. Uh, I don't think it was fixed per se, but I don't think it was. I don't think somebody gave their 100%. Either Jake Paul didn't give it 100%, or Mike Tyson didn't. Like that's all I'm saying. I expected a little bit more action out of the fight than what there was. Is all I'm trying to get at. Like I felt like there would be a few more uh Kodak moments, if you would. You know that was just kind of my take on it. Like I just thought there'd be a little bit more action. So. And then I did notice, and then a lot of other people, like the announcers and shit, noticed he kept biting his glove, fucking his mouthpiece, biting his glove. So, but I mean, that first round or two, Tyson looked fucking phenomenal. When he hit, first few times he did hit him, you could tell fucking Jake was like, oh shit. You could kind of see it in his face. So, but that's just my take on it as a boxing fan.
Well, I'll defer to that because I wouldn't even know how to evaluate
See,
it.
that's what I think, Zen. That's pretty much what I'm getting at. I think it was more like like a mutual like respect. Like he respected Tyson enough not to do him dirty like that. Like he seen Tyson was underperforming, and instead of taking advantage of him, he gave as much effort as what he thought deemed necessary to get the job done. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think it really proved anything for Jake Paul. I think it's just a money making fight. Get talking that pretty much helped promote the women's fight. That's just my personal belief on it. Because really, what did it do to move his career forward other than to prove that he can get people interested in him fighting older guys, these legends as you may, you know? I mean, he quote unquote he hasn't fought any true heavyweight boxers that's in the current field. He's fought some MMA guys, an NBA guy, some influencers, and an old former lineal boxing champion. So, I mean, I guess maybe that last one, that Perry fella, maybe that was a decisive win. That fight he took when Tyson had his little mishap with his stomach.
I don't know any of that. I don't. I haven't heard Mike Tyson since probably the '90s. Didn't he have a video game at one time?
Yeah, yeah, dude, I played that last night. Oh, yesterday.
Oh, I'm surprised I even know that.
Yeah, Tyson's knockout punch. Fucking right.
Do they have to rename it now?
I don't. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think it did anything to hurt Tyson. I just think it, if anything, it just proved that Tyson still has the ability to get in shape. I think maybe an old guy. I think an old guy maybe whatever he'd do all right with, you know. But a young kid. I mean, realistically, a younger guy that's in good shape should be able to take more punishment. I would think in the long run in a boxing ring than an older guy that's been retired, quote unquote, for 20 years. So, but also I think maybe 10 years ago, if this would have happened 10 years ago or 5 years ago, I I think it would have been a different story. So,
Oh wow, that's probably how I know it because that's the last video game console I ever tried to play. Hey, I liked. I'm torn on Jackie Brown. I need to revisit it actually. My biggest reaction to it was a little more disturbing than I expected, even from a Quentin Tarantino movie. Wow, yeah, I definitely missed. I was in the Pitfall Club on the Atari. I don't think my fingers bled to get there though. Okay. Moose, do you have anything you want to close out on? If you're even there.
I just want to say that I'm glad you guys came back together. This is a
who?
place of coming together.
Who came back together?
Me and you.
When were we apart?
Well, I felt a little bad about what happened today. I don't know if you watched the rest of the
Well,
stream,
look,
but
look,
I,
look,
people, you got a rare apology from me.
look. All I gotta say, buddy, is there is your little fucking slide thing. Yes, is the top working theory, but there is two other working theories that is just as credible behind it. So just to let you know, sir. Just to let you
Well,
know.
I'm
Sure. As far as
still
the sand,
skeptical, but
the wet sand. Well, no, I'm talking about like legit, like the wet sand. The sand movement. But we ain't getting back into it. All I'm saying is there's three working theories altogether. You only read the first one and went with it.
I
But
didn't read any of them
either
actually.
way, I don't give a fuck. It is what it is. It was a misunderstanding. You said it best in your little summary of what happened, and we're gonna call it that. So,
Okay. Well, I appreciate you bringing an interesting
look, I don't give
topic
a
to the
fuck.
discussion.
Look, I really don't give a fuck.
Nevertheless,
Troll me,
so
make fun of me, tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking
no,
about. I
it's
know
I
what the
feel
fuck I'm
like I
talking
do. I
about.
feel bad about that.
I know what the
I don't
fuck I'm
think you
talking
deserve
about.
that at all,
If
and
you
I do
can't figure out what the fuck
apologize.
I'm talking about, well, I don't know what to tell you, but I know what I'm talking about, and it makes sense to me. I,
I believe that.
but I've always said this too. I have a hard time explaining shit sometimes. So,
Yeah, I
and then
think that's some of what it was. It's
it
just
takes
that.
other people, it takes other people sometimes to try to put the pieces together. And there wasn't that person on panel today.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I have that too, honestly. I'm not the best explainer either. So,
And I do fucking get my words mixed around because I get fucking thinking so much about shit. So I'll be saying a sentence, but I'll be thinking about fucking other shit. Yeah, I just fucking blue 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 word vomit essentially. My
well,
brain's fucking processing everything like a million miles per hour.
yep, that hyperactive mind. All right, well it was good visiting regardless, so I appreciate it. I'm glad you
Real.
stopped by. No, there's not more than one way to science. There's exactly one way to science. That's what science is. I think that was part of my frustration is people not understanding
Well, hold up, hold up. There is
actual
different
science.
approaches. There is different approaches to science. Like there is different ways you can set things up and do science. Not there is different types of science. Not all science is the same. Just
Science
saying.
is a method, it's a technique,
Yeah,
and it's a
that's what I'm
very
saying. And
specific
not all
technique. Just
techniques
like
is the same.
logic, there's only one way to logic, too. Or, I
I
mean, you
mean,
have
really,
variations, but
building things and engineering
everybody
things is
doesn't have their own logic.
quote unquote a
And
fucking
everybody
science.
doesn't have their own science.
But
Yeah, politics is different because politics deals with the human realm and the intersubjective realm. So with things like politics, art, the humanities, I'd say philosophy, I'd say there's multiple ways to do those things. But science is something very specific that there's really only, you're either doing it or you're not. And the same with logic. And these are very specific techniques that were developed for very specific purposes. And so you're either using them as designed for that purpose or you're not. They're a form of technology, I guess. But I think there's many different attitudes you can bring to science and personal perspectives and orientations, but that would fall outside of the actual doing of the science itself. And that's why I go back to junior high school because, or even, I remember learning the scientific method in fifth grade. You're not taught multiple scientific methods. You're taught one scientific method. We all should have been taught the same one scientific method: observation, hypothesis, experimentation, conclusion. So this idea that there's these multiple versions of science
Yeah, but
should have
that's
been
the core
dispelled
of
by
what you're
junior high
looking for.
school.
That's the fundamentals. But as far as approaching of way how you set up each and the way you do all them things can be different. You get the point. There
Yeah,
is
there's
more than
different
just
ways to set
yeah,
up experiments and design
yeah,
experiments,
exactly.
but they all have to fall within the
And
scientific method
science
and have the
can be
goal
wrong.
of falsifying and
Science
testing your
can be
hypothesis.
wrong, though. Science can be wrong and disproven, and you know what I mean? It can be, and it's happened. Don't ask me for examples, because I don't know one off the top of my head. I just know if you look, you can find
But
examples of it.
scientists already know that. That's one of the
Oh,
things
I
they're
know.
trying to
I'm just
do
saying
is
that.
prove themselves wrong when they do experiments.
Exactly. So when you say though, like series and stuff, like this is the most common. Yes, that's what more people than not will say. Yes, this is what they. But that's based on what other people are saying. You know what I mean? It's a learning based thing. Like a lot of these other theories that's out there on other subjects, people do, and if you read, it's like anything else. If you're different than the crowd, sometimes no matter what it is, you are afraid to speak up. Like quantum physics and all that, like the changes in that. There's been like I watch a lot of things from Brian Greene, who is one of the utmost, most respected physicists in the country. He's the professor at Columbia University. Like I do believe he's the dean of the physics department, but I could be wrong on that. He's in charge of
Who
like
is this?
Brian Greene. Brian Greene.
Brian Green?
Yeah.
Look him up.
Like you know what I mean? And like so I watch a lot of the shit on the World Science Fair and they talk about like the how like the different technologies and how well at one point in time we believed this and just in a relatively short time their focus has shifted to this perspective now, but yet there's still people that will argue the old perspective. Like you know what I mean? So who's right and wrong in that scenario? You know what I
Well,
mean?
part of
Because
science is having that debate. It's a conversation and a debate. There's not. That's why they talk about scientific consensus. It's what the majority of scientists currently agree is the most likely theory. It's not authority. So when people like talk about science says this or science was wrong, science is not a person, and it's not dogma. So that's kind of a creative use of the word science there. Science is just a technique. Individual scientists may claim things, and those individual scientists can be wrong, but science itself is not an entity that makes authoritative dogmatic statements.
I mean, in quantum physics, like measures like what happens here and there, and like you could have subatomic particles and what happens to them, the reaction. So like quantum physics is a lot more than just whatever the hell they just said. Like it,
There's
it
really
measures like the
not, though, Philip.
smallest
And
amount of measurable things that you're possible, and the way it interacts with everything. And with quantum, you know, it's just that's just a whole different fucking can of worms, and I would need fucking yeah. That's just a whole different fucking conversation that at this time
maybe I'll
we
do a
can't have.
topic on science one day, and I'll get a junior high textbook, and we'll just start there, and I'll try to get on the same page about whatever benchmarks we should have met by sixth grade. That would be a good starting point.
Well, I mean, in sixth grade and shit in science, you should have been learning about like the ecosystem and how, like your environmental science and shit like that
Yeah,
too.
ours was I think it was physical science was sixth grade, and then biology was. Oh wait, no, sixth. Yes, yeah, sixth grade was physical.
I don't know.
I
Everything
actually
kind
don't
of.
remember what seventh grade science was. I think it was biology, and eighth grade was earth science. And then high school was the same way. You had physical science as a freshman and biology as a sophomore, and then chemistry as a junior. And then I don't know what the seniors learned. I didn't go my senior year. So that was the science curriculum from my area and my generation.
I mean, I remember. Fuck. Jesus. It was like the scientific method. Like we had seventh and eighth grade. We had science fair. Like I did my science fair project on the Sphinx and the erosion on the Sphinx. So
Oh, what was the science part of that?
well, because I did as far. So it was talking about water and the erosion on it, and how
Oh,
they
okay.
they can measure the erosion on it from the water and go back to like the weather and stuff and see it. So my experiment was, based on that, can water erode rock? So I had what the fuck did I have? I can't remember the exact stone that I had in the fucking in this tank, but I had like a fish tank with a filter that had water constantly running over this rock, right? For I don't know, like 6 months and shit like that. Because
Oh,
we started working on it at the beginning of the year, working on the what we first picking out what we could do, then doing the research, and then applying, like setting it all up like you would. So that's what I had going on. And after 6 months, I would do a measurement every month, and there was a difference, not like a huge difference, but there was a difference in the thickness of the rock where the water had started to run over it. But it was one of the things you needed the digital micrometer to measure it.
damn.
But
That
it
sounds
was, I
advanced
mean,
for that was sixth grade.
no, that was seventh and that was eighth grade. That one that I did
Oh,
the Sphinx one. Seventh
that
grade,
still
I
sounds.
did. The hell did I do in seventh grade? Seventh grade was oh, I remember. Do you remember the TV show Mr. Wizard?
Vaguely, I think that was beyond my generation,
Well,
but
I
I
think that
vaguely
was like
remember.
I think that was the '80s. He was on TV. I think it was the '80s,
Let
and
me
then
look
I
him
get
up.
the
I get him
reruns of the
confused with
'90s.
Bill Nye.
I think. Well, see, I remember Bill Nye too, but I first time I see it was on Mr. Wizard. He took a trash can, like a metal, like 50-gallon drum, whatever trash can. He filled it with was it hot water or cold water? One or the other, and he took it and he filled the drum with, I believe it was hot water. I'm almost positive it was hot water. And then he took and dropped it in this ice cold fucking water, and it fucking imploded the barrel. And that's what I did in seventh grade. I did it with like a soda bottle and
Oh,
like a
huh.
soda bottle, implode a soda bottle. I can't remember if it worked as well. Obviously, I don't think it worked as well as what it did there, but yeah.
I think all I did the model of the solar system. I think I did the styrofoam balls. I painted them and I hung them on coat hangers like a mobile, and it was a
Well,
model of the
what
solar
about
system.
this?
I did not put a lot of effort into my science fair project.
Now, when you went to school, was Pluto a planet or a moon?
It was a planet.
It was a planet for me.
Yeah,
My kids
because
now are
Neptune,
learning that it's a runaway.
Uranus, and
They're now
Pluto.
learning that my kids come in and said, "Did you know Pluto apparently is a runaway moon from, like, Saturn or whatever,
Because I'll tell you what,
or
we had
Neptune?"
Schoolhouse Rock, and we had Interplanet Janet,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Pluto was the farthest planet from the sun. Pluto,
What the
little
fuck? And
Pluto.
then they're the ones that came up with that fucking acronym for it. That was on Schoolhouse Rock. They had the acronym for it. The Schoolhouse Rock had all. They used to come
Yeah,
up with
she was
fucking
cool.
The fuck were they?
She was a galaxy girl. She traveled like a comet with her rocket team, and there's never been a planet Janet hasn't seen. Well, Pluto keeps changing. I quit. I checked out of the Pluto debate about 20 years ago when they
I'm not.
kept
I'm just asking. I'm not having a
reclassifying it.
debate. I'm just asking why has it changed so many times? Like that stuff. Like you know what I mean? It's just
But
funny how people
that's a
create.
taxonomy issue. Because Pluto itself hasn't changed anything. It's still the same, whatever it is out there in space. It's
Well,
how
I
we
know that, but
categorize
I'm
and
just saying that
classify things
that
that have
why.
changed.
I'm just saying what has changed. What has made people bounce back and forth? I guess.
Because when they find anomalies in categories, they have to figure out how to change the category. Just like with gender, now like we have intersex and transgender, the categories of male and female are being revisited, and they have to figure out how to classify the new phenomenon with the existing categories and/or change the categories. And the same thing happens with race. Like in Louisiana, they before the United States got it in Louisiana Purchase, we had a different classification system for races. And then when the United States took over, they had to come and reclassify everybody into the United States system, which was basically black and white. And they couldn't figure out how to take the categories from the pre-American version and fit it into the new American system of race. So that happens all the time, but it's a taxonomical issue. It's a categorization issue. It's not actually the science itself. And so I think they found other phenomenon that resembles Pluto, which created this potential new category that Pluto might fit better in than a planet. Because originally the planets were classified through observation by how they moved in the sky. They moved different from the stars, and they didn't twinkle. And then we got better instruments, and we could refine our understanding of what planets and stars were.
That is true. It's crazy. That new telescope, that James Webb telescope they put up. Man, how far out in the space that can look and take pictures. It's just crazy. Like I
And then
believe that.
another thing, those pictures that come back from the telescopes are all in black and white because there's no color out in, they don't detect color. And then NASA colors them, and they pick the colors that they think are going to be interesting for humans to look at. So they're not
Yeah, they
actually
do,
the
but they
colors
do
that
it
we
based
see in
on.
these
But I think it's based on intensity of the light and exposure, though. Like you know what I mean?
yeah, but
And then they,
that's just all arbitrarily selected color
but I
that they
think they
add
just.
into the photograph after the fact.
Well, yeah, I know that, but they base it on the exposure rate, though, in that black and white. It's just like when old school black and white movies that they put into color now. Pretty much the same concept. Well, black and white photos that you can turn into color
Yeah,
photos.
they colorize
It's
them.
all based pretty much on the exposure rate and shit like that.
All right, well, I'm going to end for today. You have anything you want to say goodbye with?
No, I'm all set. I'm all good. Oh yeah, yeah. By the way, fucking rock lobster is fucking nasty. Anybody that would eat one should be ashamed. Just saying, you're ashamed. No rock
I
lobster.
wouldn't know a rock lobster from any other kind of lobster. I would know
Yeah, you would.
what
Rock
I'm eating
lobster
or
don't
not.
have claws.
I just know how to dance to it. Oh, Philip, what do you mean to what was the threat to history? Let me look it up.
Oh, that's a tough one. Preserve history.
Is it the Keck Observatory?
Hmm, that's a tough one. What?
Let me see. I see something on NPR about it. They're something about the land they're putting the telescope on, and who administers the land. Um, they were worried about it spoiling the land. So if this is the right one you're talking about, it's not so much history as environment. I love the Crowley deck. That's I didn't use it because the symbolism wasn't really aligned with how I read cards, but it is one of the most visually, aesthetically pleasing and interesting decks. Oh yeah, see that's a tough one. That's a good debate to have. Because I think ideally you try to do both. But if that's the only spot they can put the telescope on to get the data they need to do to run their experiments or whatever they're putting it up there for,
You know,
that's
I always
that's a real
thought on
tough
these
one.
archaeological digs, these people that dig up these ancient graves and take the bones out and go take them to study and take all the artifacts that may or may not be in the grave with them or in the tombs or wherever they may be. That's almost that's pretty much a legal form of grave robbing in a way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you should kind of just let these people be in peace. Like, if you
Yeah, but
find
what
them,
if you need it for science to advance like humanity?
okay, so take a fucking rib bone or a piece of toe or something
Well,
like
I'm
that.
I'm talking about like in the case of this telescope, they need the land that the graves are in.
Oh, well, that, yeah, well, oh man, there must be a way they could work
Yeah,
around it
I would
possibly.
say like if at all possible, find somewhere else to put the telescope. If not, if it absolutely has to be on that land, try to have it on the land in a way that disturbs the burial grounds the least. You might end up with a poltergeist situation. I don't know. That's a tough one. I can. This is one where I legitimately see both sides. Like both sides have very good arguments for their case, and I think it would come down to what in this like what's valued most in this situation: scientific knowledge or respect for history.
That's true.
Yeah, that really is a tough one. That's a
I
good.
don't
That
know,
would
I
be a very
respect
good,
history a lot,
legitimate
so.
debate to have.
So,
Yeah, the Toth deck. Here, I'll show some of it. It's really beautiful. Look at these cards. Look at this.
you know, I was watching this video today, and I don't know if it's true or not, because you know how it is, you get down the wormhole. But they were saying that, uh,
You find the devil.
Genghis Khan, he killed like 10% of the Earth's population, and like and you can find his DNA in like fucking 20% of the population.
Yeah, we were
Right.
talking about that the other day on here.
And it's just funny how, but yet it was just funny how like in history and shit with leaders and dictators, how some of them are still talked about and not considered evil, and then there's some dictators that are considered fucking evil as all hell for the shit they did. But then then you got guys like him that fucking pillaged and waged war and took what he wanted when he wanted it, no matter what, and killed people. But yet at the same time, he like didn't give a fuck what religion you were and shit like that type deal. So it was a very
Well, whether somebody's evil or not is always gonna change. It's just subjective value judgment. There's no way to
that's all
objectively
it is.
determine who's
Evil.
evil.
That's exactly evil. it's more of a moral thing than anything. I mean, there's certain acts that I think everybody can agree on is evil acts.
Well, you say that until that you find one culture that doesn't think that that's evil, and that's all it takes. They say that
That's
about
true.
incest, they say that about cannibalism, and then they find some culture that actually doesn't consider that evil,
That
and then you're
I
like,
mean,
okay, well,
you're
there's
true
no
on that.
universal
Let me
morality
rephrase: the
there.
majority of people.
Then that's just back to subjectivity.
You know what I mean? Which I get what you're saying, but then it goes more to a culture thing than anything.
And that's what Nietzsche was talking about. Without something like God or religion to ground morals and values, then where do they come from? And that's what the genealogy of morals examines.
That's a very good. That's very interesting to think about. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, believing in something and in some type of faith is a good way to ground yourself and get by and shit. I mean, finding that way to. I mean, it is just. There's no doubt that some of these figures in history are more than just myth and shit. You know, so some of these deities and saints and
You think
godlike
that they are more than
figures.
just stories?
I mean, I think it's just like the Great Flood. I mean, I believe it that the Earth was one continent at one time, but I also believe that through plate tectonics and shit, and earthquakes and volcano eruptions and shit like that. I just feel like the eventually the planet split, land sunk. You had lands that were low lying that are now covered with water. That's where you get a lot of your inland lakes and like your big inland lakes. It's just how I personally feel at the time. Because you can find. I just feel like there's some truth in it. Maybe not everything. Like I don't necessarily believe Noah necessarily built and took two animals of everything on Earth. Maybe two animals of everything in that region, maybe, but not on Earth. Uh, I don't know. But once
Hello.
again, it's all faith in what you do or don't believe in. So,
So, Leggy, you're saying that you believe that there may have been previous civilizations that we don't even know about on this planet, right?
oh fuck yeah, oh fuck
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, for sure. There could have been.
Ah,
How
that
do we know?
sheds more light on today's conversation. I knew it wasn't just what it appeared on the surface. So now I feel a little bit gaslit. Okay, I'm gonna call us even. Hey, Zet,
How you doing, brother?
Oh
pretty
fuck
good.
yeah. I mean, why would it be too hard to think? I mean, as I said, look at with
Well,
live
I brought up
and the difference.
aliens earlier, and you're like, I'm not talking about
But I don't
aliens,
believe in
man.
it.
And
But I don't necessarily think there was aliens, though. Lost civilizations and aliens are still two different things. You're still trying to bring in aliens. Like I'm not. I'm not trying to talk about aliens here. Do I believe that we're the only ones in the fucking universe on the only livable planet? Probably. Chances are, probably fucking not. Have they traveled to our planet? Probably fucking not. Just like we haven't traveled to theirs.
right, believe it's faith based. Um, well, even limiting it to human Earth, yes, there's other civilizations. We find them all the time. But they're human civilizations. There's nothing mysterious about any of them.
Yeah,
Well, I know
but
that, but a lot of times it's like no, that you didn't know they were there, or you find remnants of a new culture that you didn't know exist previous. It does happen.
Yeah, that's
Does it happen
archaeology.
every day? But no. But with yeah, exactly archaeology. It
well,
happens.
what's that place in Turkey? The it's way
Go
older
Tappy
than
Pecky, whatever. That's what I was trying to.
Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to talk about earlier.
Yeah, that's we've we've we're we've circled back to the beginning. That's we.
Well, that's good.
So
See,
yeah,
somebody's
that's
up here
okay. You're right.
understands.
That's a civilization that they found, that they discovered, made by other humans at some point in history.
Well, it's like up there's fucking mountains, dude, where there's fucking they found inscriptions like literally on a fucking ledge, fucking 100 and some feet, 400 feet, whatever it is, up in the fucking air. Like legit, there's a fucking ancient inscription from Alexander the Great's time. This is what should have see. I was thinking about that earlier. Then I said, anyways. But there's a fucking, you know what I mean? Way the fuck up on a fucking mountain cliff, dude. It like makes you wonder. Or like them, it's like, okay, yes, obviously they were able to do it because they did it. The proof is there. They did it somehow. But my point is with modern technology, and I think you misunderstood me. My point is like exactly how did they do it though? Like I would like to see the process in action of how they did it because even with modern technologies it is a challenge to move them megalithic size fucking stones, you know what I mean? I'm not talking about little fucking granite stones. I'm talking about multi-ton fucking stones. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It is recorded. You can look up the news article, the largest ever stone that is that's been moved in modern times, which is equivalent to one of the size of one of the biggest stones uh ever recorded being moved in history in any civilization. Right? This trailer had 126 fucking wheels on the trailer alone, Jeff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you think about like the process of moving a double wide trailer down the fucking road nowadays. You know what I mean? And this is back before they necessarily had fucking roads. They're bringing these rocks through the mountains from quarries miles away. Like, how did they do it? Did they do it with wheels on logs, like they said? Like, or did they just have it on logs on
Well,
the?
Jack makes a good point too. You got to take into account the time scale too.
But
I wish I
why
wish I had your ability to be amazed at all this stuff. I think that's a good thing to be able to look at this and be filled with that kind of wonder.
my question is
I'm
why
just like,
did
oh, humans move rocks. Duh, yeah, we know we can move rocks. Big deal. But you're seeing way more marvel in it than I am, and I think that's actually a better. You're getting a better experience out of it than I am.
Well, it's because it's a marvel of engineering feat. You know what I mean? It's a fucking one of the wonders of the world. It makes you wonder. It challenges your mind to figure out how people way back then, without the modern technology that we have today, did the things that they did. Like how they were able with such simplistic tools as they claim they had. You know what I mean? It shows you the lost skill that we have. And you know what I mean? And the lost ability that's been
Well,
lost
we
through
just have
history.
different skill than they did. Plus, hey, Dino. Plus, they probably did it over a much larger time scale than we did. They didn't do it like in a few weeks like we would do it.
oh
They probably
20
did it
years?
over hundreds of years.
No, 20 years they said it took to build like one of the pyramids, and I'm curious to know like how they did it because we have not been able to do anything like that since. And it's like
But they
technology.
built a
Our
pyramid in Vegas, though. That was the point that kept getting brought. But they built a pyramid. But it's not the same material and it's not the same way. Just saying.
I'm pretty
what I'm
sure if
trying to say,
somebody wanted
like,
to build another great pyramid, they could.
what I'm trying to
But
say
could
is
they
like
build it the
technology
same
for a
way, though?
thousand years we didn't do shit, right? We were just farmers for 1,000 years, and then all of a sudden we have cell phones and Xboxes and all this stuff.
Well,
What
it's not
happened?
Well,
all of a sudden. You can trace the
that's a little bit
precise
different.
development of the technology throughout the years that led to the
But
cell phone.
but
They
how did we get smart all of a sudden and start
We
doing
didn't.
things?
We've always had geniuses. You can trace them all the way back to the beginning of history.
So
So why
so
so
is
why did they come up with the transistor 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago?
Who knows? They didn't have they didn't have the paradigm we have now. They didn't have the exact materials and the exact combination that led to the transistor being developed. Except there's a progression to this kind of stuff.
Maybe
so is
they
King
found out
did
about it
is
from a
Philip
UFO that
saying
was crashed.
Uh,
So is
Jesus
Philip saying
Christ,
like
Mike!
essentially with the
Shut up and let me
pulleys?
say one fucking thing.
Oh, sorry, sorry. I was just trying to clarify something in the chat. Sorry, my bad.
I know.
Sorry.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding with you. I kid. I kid.
Oh no, I just wanted to know. So is he saying like so equal weight? So are you saying that they used the rocks? They were using rocks, dropping rocks to lift the bigger rocks. So essentially, they would have to have a rock. They would have to have rocks equal to the weight or greater to lift it off the ground. Though you would have to have a counterweight system.
They
So
had to have
so by
anti-gravity.
laws of physics, that wouldn't work. You couldn't use less weight to lift something with more weight. Maybe I guess maybe with enough levers, I mean enough pulleys. But was pulley? Did they truly have pulleys back then?
Why wouldn't they have? If we have pulleys, why wouldn't they have pulleys?
I don't know.
Because
I'm
I
just
think
asking. Was
underlying
a
this, and I
simple?
kept saying this several times today, is the assumption that they were intellectually more primitive than we are today, and I just don't think that's true. Think they had the same brilliant engineers then that we have now. They were just limited by the materials that they had to work with, but their minds were not less advanced or less developed than ours.
Right.
So they figured out how to do these amazing feats of construction with the technology they had at the time, which
Or
that right there is a
or
testament to their
or they were
advanced
help.
abilities,
Or they had help.
or the aliens.
They had help, maybe. Maybe. And listen, man, I'm not a big like crazy advocate for all the conspiracy theories. I don't know. I think they're interesting, but I don't know one way or the other because it could just be some bullshit that somebody's feeding me. But I'll tell you what isn't bullshit was when I saw fucking a UFO in broad daylight, and I've told you this story before, but that is the kind of thing that changes your opinion, and no one can tell you different when you've seen something like that. I mean, it's just like you laugh when people try to tell you that you're full of shit because it's just you've seen it, and it was
Yeah,
obvious.
experience is hard to dismiss, and when
Yeah,
people talk about ghosts and supernatural experiences, and that's so hard to dismiss, but I still
Oh,
don't
I
rule
believe
out
in ghosts 100%.
naturalistic explanations for it all,
thank
even
you,
if
Zach.
it seems real to that person. Were you what was your chemical state at the time?
Sober. We just woke up and we're on the way to buy cigarettes.
And the aliens hit?
My friend said to me, "What the fuck is that?" And I turned and looked because I know a lot about aircraft and whatnot, and I expected to see, a certain type of military plane like an A-10 or something, and I thought I would identify it. And I looked, and when I saw what I saw, I was dumbfounded. I mean, it was this long cigar-shaped cylindrical thing that looked man-made. It looked like it was from the 1800s. It looked primitive. It had flames coming down the front of it, yellow and orange flames, just
But we
streaking down.
find, but to answer to counter that comment though, you do find though in other civilizations you do find signs of tools and shit like ancient Roman times. They have found signs of where they did have a crane of sorts. You know what I mean? They have in other civilizations and they have found tools in Egypt, and that's what I'm saying. They're copper and brass tools that they found, and even with rocks. I mean, yeah, you got rocks and you're pounding rocks, but then you still chip. I mean, it is, I guess, a harder surface if you have a rock that's harder than the other one. I mean, it does that would work too. I mean, but it still would take a long time because have you ever seen there was a guy he built this fucking castle and he did it like they would back in the day
Yeah, yeah,
he took
yeah.
the yeah and he did it and what was he like 7 hours per stone like just one little tiny stone he was 7 hours doing it the way they
But he
did back
said
in
he had a
medieval time.
device. He said he had a device that they used in ancient Egypt, and they believe that he was using some kind of anti-gravity device or a sound device that was
What you
able to
talking?
lift rock.
No. We're talking about a different guy then, because the
Uh,
guy I'm talking about, these were like little fucking like he built like a castle, like the way, but he did it with the methods like they would back like in medieval times, like like. like the 1500s, the way they would sculpt stone and do it then. And he was like 7 hours per stone or something like that doing it. Like, and
Hmm.
the technique he took it. So, like, he proved in that scale concept with the like a steel chisel and shit like that. There, you
Is it
could do it.
Coral Castle?
Maybe is it in like Massachusetts or something like that, or well, it's in the east here somewheres, I believe.
I
But
don't know.
Florida. Way down at the tip of Florida.
Florida. Oh, maybe. But
Yeah, that sounds more legit. Florida.
just saying though, there was a guy that had did it, and it took him fucking an outrageous amount of time to do it that way. You know what I mean? So just imagine the amount of time and the technique it took to sculpt these fucking giant stones and lay out a foundation for these pyramids and do it as precise as they did with the simplicity of just like a square copper and brass tools, pulleys and levers, and ropes. You know what I
And
mean?
remember the amount of manpower they had too. They had thousands of
Well,
people
that's a
available to
possible
work
theory,
on
though. That's
this.
not. They say that, but that's just they say that
You
there
don't
was
think they
hundreds
did?
and thousands of people.
Yeah,
Who
but
knows?
that one guy built that shit all by himself, and he got the stone from like way far away. Like it doesn't exist except for like 15 miles away
It's
or something.
Do you
light, they
really
call it.
think though somebody with that type of skill to like well, I guess maybe not the guy scoping it and doing that shit. Maybe those guys weren't slaves. Because I feel like anybody, just in my personal opinion, anybody that had this skill set, a certain skill set to be able to engineer shit, sculpt shit, like that doesn't seem like somebody that would be a slave to me. He's somebody that's useful. Now, somebody that's just doing general bitch labor,
Well, maybe the slaves didn't do
digging
the
a
engineering, but they could do the labor that it requires. It seems like part of it is the difficulty for you is envisioning how it was possible to pull off the labor. But if you have thousands and thousands of people working on something, that becomes less of a difficulty.
Oh, Jeff, I don't mean to interrupt the subject here, but I wanted to mention to you: have you ever gone to Timu and typed in satanic items?
What is Timu?
Timu is like this cheap Chinese thing. You can get items. You can get
I'm
like
so I have standards for my satanic merchandise. I am
no,
not
but
buying
man,
cheap Chinese.
they had horns. They had satanic horns and everything, man. Like you have, you know, the
Well, I'm
antlers.
looking at it now. They want me to. I had to solve a puzzle just to get into the website. Okay, what do I look
Right.
up? Satanic merchandise.
Yeah,
I'm
something
sure if
like that.
Timu has it, Amazon could probably get it, huh?
Maybe, but Timu has a lot of good shit for cheap. Like I don't know, man. You can spend $5 and you can get yourself like a
Let's see. I'm
crazy
seeing a
hoodie.
whole bunch of T-shirts,
Yeah,
which I probably don't need more of. Let me type in horns
Timu.
and
Is
headgear.
that the fucking one where people? I think that's the one where people order shit on it, thinking it's one thing, one size, and it comes back. Because I'm pretty sure
yeah.
because my kid ordered this fucking like dresser thing off of it, right? 4 drawer dresser. She
I
gets it.
want made in the USA satanic merchandise.
She got it. Oh yeah.
Bring satanic manufacturing back to the US.
It was 4 by 4 by 2, 4 inches by 4 inches by 2 inches, not 4 feet by 4 inches, 4 feet by 2 feet like she thought it was.
Oh, I didn't even look at the prices. Let me take a look.
Prices are dirt cheap. They had
Six
a
bucks,
yeah, $6. They had a
$12.
pentagram. They had an inverted pentagram that was a foot wide, and it was a red LED pentagram sign. You could hang that up behind you. You know.
I don't know. It looks like it's for poor people. Looks like the dollar store of the internet.
It's like
Yeah.
no, that's Wish. That's Wish.
He was trying to order a wrench.
Oh, I believe it 100%. 100% off of Timu. As I said, when my daughter she showed me, it said 4 by 4 by 2. It didn't specify feet or feet or inches. We just assumed it was feet because it said a 4-drawer dresser, right? Who would have
What
thought
was
it
it,
was a
like
fucking
dollhouse furniture?
yeah? But the funny thing is, in the pictures, right? All the pictures of it, it showed like the drawers pulled out, clothes in it, like all this shit. She goes, "What the fuck was it? Like they staged it with a Barbie doll clothes or what?" It's funny. Boy, you know,
Oh no, it's that's got to mean something, right? We're all
Well,
connected.
yeah, we are all connected because we're all part of the same consciousness that has been
Or the
fragmented.
same media ecosystem. We're in a bubble.
Hmm.
The algorithm's feeding us the same information.
well,
Jeff, did you watch my stream when I have Lindsay Origins of Consciousness Being or whatever the hell her name is?
Probably not.
She is a trip, man. She knows all about the spirit world, and
You talking about
it's
not Lindsay from the Panelverse, different Lindsay,
it could be the same one. I don't know. She's
young,
slow a little bit the way she talks.
like youngish, blonde,
No, no,
short.
no, 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 no.
I'm looking for it now. There's a lot of you playing the guitar. That's pretty cool.
Oh, what? What are you looking at?
Your channel.
Oh, why?
Cause you just asked me if I saw your show,
Oh,
Lindsay.
okay. Yeah, yeah. You gotta go to the live. You gotta hit live.
Oh, I thought
why are
that's where
you
I was.
looking at
Okay,
my
never mind.
channel, you swan?
No, I don't mind that you're on my channel. I was just curious why. I mean, like.
Because you just asked me if I saw this video that I assumed was on your channel.
No,
It's
you're
not a.
not allowed.
It's not a problem. I'm very open.
I thought Mike said he was going to be right back. Mike's not right back. I bet you Mike's over at Hannah
Well,
Banana.
I had intended to wrap up an hour ago, and y'all kept me in
Well,
this
look,
same
you know you like
conversation.
talking to us. Look at your views and the entertainment you get when we're on
5.
camera.
They dropped to 5. They've been
Oh,
holding steady. It's Jeremy, Zephyr, Zentz, Jackson, King Philip.
well,
There's
see,
our
that's all we
5 right
need.
there.
That's a
My
core
loyal
five right there.
supporters.
That's a core five right there.
The core 5, absolutely. And I couldn't think of a better core 5. I'll take them. So. But I think I am going to wrap up now. And go. I'm going to replay that Nietzsche thing later today. So
Fuck,
if you're
later
interested in
today is
watching the
almost
Nietzsche
fucking.
thing, just type in the movie channel when a good time for you is, and we'll coordinate a time where we can get maximum viewers.
What
It's
did
bedtime now,
Nietzsche
Jeff.
say? I drink, therefore I am.
That was Descartes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I drink, therefore I am.
Cogito ergo sum.
All
Well,
right, well, all right. Once again, final moment.
good
Final
to see you
words.
guys. Always, as always, I'm gonna
You
drop
too.
down.
It's good to see you too. I like your light show and your banner.
Thank you, man. You know what
You
that's
really
from?
do have one of the best background games going, I think.
Thank you.
And it's all
That's
natural. None of this fake AI stuff.
that's from the Lord of the Rings. That tapestry. It's the tree
Yeah, I
of life.
thought so. The
Yeah,
and that's the Elven script.
yeah, yep.
Yeah, very nice. It goes with your aesthetic.
Well, thank you. All right. Well, have a good night, guys.
You
Good
too,
night.
Zet. Oh yeah, another announcement. I think I'm going to take Philip's advice and move the show up an hour. So it's going to be at 4 p.m. Eastern from now on, 1 p.m. Pacific, and we'll see if that makes a difference. And so you're saying after I go about an hour, do another, hey guys, I'm still live, drop by? Yeah, I can try that too. I'm very willing to experiment with these kind of little things and see how they affect viewership. uh, I guess I guess so. I guess I like that. I see it all as the panel zone. It's one moment in space. It's all panel time, panel space. Um, I was listening to. I don't. Hang on. I got to put this in the link. I didn't realize this, but Blondie in 1979, their "Eat to the Beat" album. They actually did a video album for it. It was one of the very first video albums, and there's so many things in this video album that kind of predict the 80s. And I was listening to that song, I'm Living in the Real World. Y'all should listen to it. And particularly the lyrics. I'm not living in the real world anymore. I thought of the panel verse the whole time. So if you're into Gen X culture or the 80s or late 70s new wave or punk, I think this is one of the highlights of it. I think you could almost say modern Gen X culture of the 80s begins here. So there you go. Enjoy some Blondie. I'll probably be out tonight for another one of those fireside streams. Let me see. Philip, I integrated the YouTube channel with the Discord. They had some feature I could activate that linked the two. I still don't know what I'm supposed to do with it or how it helps, but I do have them linked. And I know that if you're a member in the YouTube, if you're like a member on the channel, it carries over into the Discord. And it gives you like a special identifier in Discord. How do you search YouTube? I mean Discord. How do you find I don't know how to look for Discord groups to begin. Is there a directory within Discord? Cuz that would be good too. I think it does both. I think it predicts and helps to shape, because I don't know how many people watched this Blondie video album. I didn't even know it existed until last night. But it seems like the artists that came after, this is before MTV, this is what, a couple of years before MTV, were taking elements from these Blondie videos. So I don't know if they if because it was one of the first video albums, it gave them kind of a palette to work with and draw their own ideas from, or if Blondie was just tapping into some kind of geist that these other artists were also tapping into. It's a fascinating process. There is an area to look. Oh, okay. Well, then that's what I need to find. And then you're saying once I find that area, I can search for YouTube channel promotion groups, and there'll be Discord servers where people can go in and put their channel. This is excellent. This is what I need. Thank you. I'm going to try all of this. I'm going to stream an hour later tomorrow. I'm going to try to remember to do a reminder an hour into the stream, and I'm going to look for some of these channel groups. And we're going to see if that makes a difference. The only thing I worry about is what kind of people it's going to draw from some random group, but it can't be any worse than the drama trolls that the existing channels have been drawing. So I'm willing to take that risk. All right, thanks for hanging out. I feel back to normal. I'm doing normal streams that can go as long as I need them to go. I'm not constrained by this false 2-hour endpoint. I think that's helping a lot. And I'm going to be out tonight probably with another fireside chat, and we're going to do the Nietzsche documentary in the Discord sometimes later today. So look for that if you're interested. And Nietzsche Book Club with Flow State in a few weeks. I'll drop the link to that one more time. Nietzsche on the genealogy of morals. You can read the first essay, and that's probably what we'll do the first stream on. And Philip, thanks for all the great advice. Very helpful. I'm gonna implement that as early as tomorrow. So catch me tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central, or tonight for another fireside chat. Couldn't tell you when. It'll be sometime tonight. And thanks again, everyone. I'll see you all then. Now, go raise a little bit of hell of your own. Take care.